Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Tuesday, May 2nd. It's good to see everyone here. We're sorry for the late start. We're going to go ahead and get started. Let's please stand and open in prayer and pledge. Our Father, we thank you today for being with us here in this place. We thank you for the ability to have discussion and make decisions today for all of our collective futures. Father, be with us in wisdom and in understanding. Help us to be prudent in every decision we make. We thank you for the opportunity in Jesus' name. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Before we get started, Mr. Rohn, I think we do need to have an approval of the agenda, but I do want to add something to your report, sir, if it's possible.
Okay.
So we are looking at some possible letters of support from the county, according to conversations I had yesterday with the companies representing us legislatively. We're looking at almost $3 million in funding.
Okay.
They will ask for a couple letters of support to go to the governor for those, one's for the Lanark fire truck and the other one's for the EOC.
Okay.
And then also talk with City Manager Travis Wade about us also giving a letter of support for the city for the Preserving Our Bay funding they're looking at getting from the state.
Okay.
So we need to add that to agenda if that's okay. And I guess do we need to do that by motion and vote, correct?
Yes, motion.
Yes, sir.
All right.
The move.
Second.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the agenda has been amended and approved. Next up is approval of minutes and payment of county bills.
So move.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? We are approving minutes from the last meeting and the last workshop that we had. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. All right, now we're up for public comment. Sir, I didn't see any up here. Was there anything?
No,
further?
let me go double check, make sure now I'm coming, I was kind of a little busy. Let me, Courtney has my phone, let me go check it.
Okay. While he's checking that, Mr. Neighbors, if you would come on, we'll go ahead and go with you, sir. Good morning, Howard.
Good morning, Commissioners. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
I got no action items. Everything's good at this time.
Yeah.
We have started cutting grass, so
Yeah.
we started getting a few complaints. So,
Yeah.
but we hadn't started working on Fridays yet. It'll probably end of May, but we
Okay.
start the Friday work. That's when the grass really gets bad.
Yeah.
But we've been maintaining roads and grading, original stuff. So
Yeah.
cleaning ditches, putting pipes in.
Yeah. It looks good. I noticed that the numbers are up too for the number of inmates we've been getting.
Yes, sir.
So that's a good
Yeah,
sign.
10 and 12, so it
Yeah.
has, we're getting a few
Yeah.
more, but
Yeah.
we have some bad weather, it's been all around us, thank God it hadn't hit us. I don't wish it on nobody, but the only thing we got really in Franklin County is one tree across the road, just east of Carabao, East Point.
Right.
So, which was across 98, but
All right. Anyone got anything for Mr. Neighbors?
Mr. Chairman, I do, Mr. Neighbors, I'll get with you after the meeting about it. I'll give you a
Okay.
call.
okay,
It's about some signs possibly placing up in the Carabel area.
okay.
Yep. Anyone else? Mr. Howard, thank you for your time. Thank you for what y'all do for us. We really appreciate it.
Thank y'all,
For the
Commissioner.
county. Yes, sir.
Thank
All right. Mr. Brown, were there any public comments?
Nope,
Okay.
no speaker cards submitted, sir.
Okay. Up next, did we ever get in touch with Commissioner Lockley or no?
We called his daughter, she's gonna check and see what's, and get back to us.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
Good morning, Commissioners. I have on my report this morning one action item and one FYI. The first one, action item is extended FMLA request for Mr. Henry Rochelle. Mr. Rochelle has been out on FMLA leave while recovering from an accident. Mr. Henry had been receiving donated sick leave, and the original 12-week employer accommodation period ended in March. Mr. Rochelle since transitioned in unpaid leave, requesting board action to allow an additional unpaid accommodation period whereas county-provided insurance premium will be paid on the behalf of this job and will be held until June 30, 2023. Motion, board's action that you approve extend the FMLA for Mr. Rochelle.
All right, pleasure of the board.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, the FYI's employee new hire, the Franklin County Animal Control Department is pleased to announce Mr. Clay Allen has filled the open entry-level position, and his expected start date will be Wednesday, May 3rd.
All right, sounds good. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Davis while he's here? Concerns?
I did want to let you all know that the scare house is up and running, full operation now.
Mr. Davis, I do want to ask why you're here, and we've had this discussion. I know that we had to miss some amnesty days
Yes, sir.
because of what we've been doing with the Sky House, which is, I mean, it's part of doing business. Are we planning on having another amnesty day or doing a month with 2 in 1 month? Here's the only reason I'm asking. I know the number of people that have called me or emailed me asking about amnesty day. I don't want y'all to be so overrun on the day you do decide to do it that you're not gonna be able to handle it. Has there been any discussion or any thought about doing that, or do you think it'd be fine to do it all in one day?
Yes, sir. I think we can keep up with it.
Okay.
Any day I'm just trying to get them used to what's coming in the future.
I
Also.
understand. I understand that. Okay.
Yes,
I
sir.
just thought I'd ask, and ask on behalf of the people that've been asking me, sir. It's all good.
Correct. And yes. Okay.
Anyone else? Mr. Davis, thank you for everything y'all do for the citizens of the county.
Yes. Hey, you're welcome. Thank you all for the support.
All right. Up next is emergency management.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Jeannie's going to be out of the office this week, so I'm doing the board report for her today.
Okay.
We have no action items.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions?
I just want to make a couple of comments.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank y'all for looking in on Gadsden County and Liberty County, Amanda, because,
Oh, of course.
yeah, because they were pretty bad hit. You know, Liberty County was pretty bad hit with those tornadoes the other day. And I'm gonna tell you something, that was some dangerous lightning we had up in the northern part of the county.
Yeah, we were watching the weather. It was really nasty. I'm glad we didn't get any of it too bad, but I do feel bad for our surrounding counties.
Well, I want to remind people, Liberty County, I consider Gadsden County our sister county. In 2005, when Hurricane Dennis came in here, we were not able to get emergency vehicles like ambulances in, and we didn't have enough dump trucks because Alligator Point was gone again. Gadsden County brought down trucks and people to help us, and so that's what we're all about. We're all about a regional effect here, and each county helping the other when they're in need. And I'm so glad to be back in this county family, because it really means a lot to the people. Sure do. But thank y'all for what you do, Amanda.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Miss Amanda, thank y'all. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Have a good day.
You too.
All right, Mr. DeWitt Holmes, mosquito control.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've attached some information with the ditch we was talking about over there in Tallahassee and Gravity. You see the quote that I've got from Southland Specialties. They're the only people we could even find that was capable of doing that. And I have reached out to Miss Courtney Millender, and she's approaching the commissioners over in Carabel tomorrow, Thursday night, I think, meeting. So I'm gonna try to go there and be there if they have any questions. And I talked to her about splitting the cost with us. But you see the quote, you know, and I did call. I wasn't really satisfied with the wording he had there, because he's talking about just removing the beaver dams. So I called the gentleman up and talked to him. I said, you know, that's not exactly what I want. He said, oh no. He said that's just how we worded it. But he's coming off of Tallahassee Street and unload there come all the way through to Gray Avenue, and then possibly come back through there, because I don't know if they can get up that steep ditch on Gray Avenue, but he said he would remove any debris. And I told him I want it piled on the side and kind of raked down so that we'd have access maybe to, after we get the water levels down, to be able to go back and forth through there by foot. So, you know, that's what I've got. That's the only quote I've got. Now, I did talk to a guy over in, it's actually in Louisiana, that has a machine that they would rent us, but it's not an excavator. It looks like a, it's on pontoons, but it has a little backhoe on the back of it, but it don't move. You just kind of have to back it up, big, move, and I don't think it would do the job. So I think that's actually the best option we have at this point. And other than that, we've, you know, full swing in our larvicide and inspections. We have been receiving a few complaints, and went out and sprayed all those complaints, but then it cooled back off, the complaints dropped. So as of right now, I talked to my part-time drivers, and I'm gonna start them up Friday night. So we should be all, you know, out spraying. And I am advertising for the full-time position and the other part-time position. One of my guys didn't come back, so
Okay.
that's gonna take a couple weeks, and then, you know, we get those people trained, we'll have them out there also. But we're moving along and get caught up.
Okay, so, Mr. Polis, I want to make sure we're doing what needs to be done. You need a motion for this quote, but you mentioned also asking a potential ask of the city of Caribou to at least sharing some of this cost.
Yes.
So do we need to make a motion to approve this total, or, I mean?
Well, that's up
Contingent on
to the board. You know, I don't know what the city will do. Hopefully, I mean,
Right.
they're gonna benefit. This is through the city property. But I just consider it a county ditch because we tried to maintain it over the years, but,
Right.
and they're aware of that. We had a really good conversation,
Right.
and it would benefit the city and the county. So,
Well-
yeah, I would think we'd need some type of a motion, and I need to schedule this with the gentleman. You
Right.
know, he said, because things can
Okay.
change, I might have to put it off a week or something according to what he's got going on down there.
So maybe the best way to do it, without muddying it down too much, is go ahead and approve this total with the contingency that it's at least gonna be asked for the city to be a partaker in some, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
To help with some of this.
I agree with that.
And if they do or they don't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll second with a question.
Okay, go ahead.
The question is, this money that is coming out of your mosquito control budget?
No, ma'am. No, that would have to come out of the general fund.
General fund,
Yeah, I don't have the funds for that.
Okay.
And DeWitt, Mr. Chairman,
Yep, go ahead.
DeWitt, we need to have this done at least once a year over there in Carabel. We're gonna be having this problem again. If we can keep it, you know, over the years, we've been pretty good about keeping it up from year to year. And this is what happens when you don't, the hyacinths and those lilies and stuff take over.
Yeah. You know
And-
what happened was, Commissioner, you well know, when Michael came through, we just made a mess. And we couldn't get through there. And then the beavers set up shop and just, you know, made the
Yeah.
problem even worse. Yeah, I think it's gonna open it up. My plan is, and I'm actually gonna, you know, try to hitch a ride through there at least once with the guys and see if it's like I want it.
Well, I noticed when we had the rains, I rode back there and looking to the north, where they've cleared that land out for, I guess, a housing complex or something in there. It's running like a river
Yeah.
in there, but it's not coming all the way down because it stopped up at 67.
Yep.
And that's the main part of it. And I'm telling you what, if we ever get like we did in 2008 and get those 25 inches in 24 hours, Carabel will be inundated.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it would actually blow
Yeah.
I mean, it could wash Gray Avenue out.
Where is this Southland group, where are they out of?
St. Augustine.
Okay.
There's companies out there, but most of them's out in Louisiana because of the marsh stuff, and this is the only one I could find in Florida.
Okay.
And obviously, spending this money is gonna save us money in the long run if we
I think so.
potentially have a problem with the roads washing
Yeah.
out and such, so.
Yeah.
And, you know, there is some issues with some properties there that butt up to the right-of-way. I mean, there's actually a right-of-way through there, but there is some private property, and we might have to, you know, approach those people for some easements or something, I don't know. I wouldn't think that they would, not want it done because it's gonna leave some of the problems from their property too. So,
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any more discussion before we vote on approving this quote so we can have this work done? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Commissioners, and I'll
Thank
get back
you, sir.
with you when I hear from, City of Carabel.
All right, thank you. Please
you.
keep us updated.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Eric Lovestrand?
Good
Morning, Mr. Eric.
Commissioners. No action items for the board today.
Okay, anyone have any questions for Mr. Lovestrand? Sir, thank you for everything y'all do. We appreciate it. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
All right. And Mr. Morone, you said, I meant to mention this to begin with. You said Ms. Roundtree called in and she's not feeling well today? Okay.
This morning, but she had no, I'm sorry, that's correct, Commissioner. She informed me that she was sick, but had no action items.
Okay. So I guess if we have any concerns, we can just relay them to her,
Yes, sir.
or questions. Okay. All right, so up next is Mr. John Solomon for the TDC.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I have only one action item on the my report today, and it's on 4/12/23. The TDC voted to recommend awarding the History, Culture, and Art Museum the lowest responsive bidder, Gun Heating and Air, for the amount of $11,800 for the museum infrastructure grant to replace the HVAC system in the History, Culture, and Arts Museum. It's actually 2 units in there. This is the reimbursement grant that we use for helping improve our museums.
So moved.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
So that's the only action items I had on the report today, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. We appreciate it.
Thank y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day.
You too. Mr. Ted Mostedler, interim airport manager.
Mr. Chairman, while Mr. Mosto is approaching, after he gives his report, Mr. Steve Kirschenbaum, your chairman of the the Airport Advisory Board, he would like to have a few short words for you
Okay.
after that, because he also has a life and has a business, so he'd just like to mention some
Okay.
words and beyond his way, sir.
No problem at all. Go ahead, Mr. Ted.
Good morning, Commissioners,
Good morning.
staff. My report mostly is FYI this morning again, but we do have, I do have an answer for you. Last meeting, you asked me to get the replacement cost of the NDB at the airport, and it came up about $26,000. So,
Good.
for your information.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Michael Morone, is that the same thing that the board members from Triumph mentioned the other day when we were talking about stuff with the airport?
No, it was IFR, help me, Ted.
I'm talking about the NDB.
Yes, no,
Yeah,
it was
well,
something different.
It was different?
Not-
Yeah, it was different, something different,
Okay.
I believe.
Non-directional radio beacon.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's not what Triumph, Aaron, that's not what Triumph was asking us about to have installed. Something that would help the military,
That was that old piece of equipment.
Steve, Ted.
Yeah, no, that is, I think, some sort of infrared technology. That is not a NDB.
Yeah, that's 2 different things.
Well, this
Okay.
is an AVAID, so
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
it's a radio beacon that the aircraft beam in on to find the airport
Okay.
in inclement weather.
Well, excuse me, I wasn't trying to divert the topic. I was just trying to make sure if it was the
It
same
was 2
thing we were
separate
talking
things,
about.
yeah.
Yes, and that's about it from me, except for things coming up that Michael has.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because we're opening RFQ this morning, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, for
Actually, it's
construction removal?
a bid.
Okay. All right.
You kinda wanna open it now, since it's airport related?
We could.
Wanna do it now, Commissioner?
That's fine.
Airport related?
That's fine.
All right.
Unfortunately, we only have one.
Well,
Isn't this the one that we, Mr. Chairman, sorry,
Yes, you
isn't
may.
this the one that we had to send back to get rebid, and Mr. Collins with Avcon was having trouble, he had to actually beg Please.
Oh, no, that was the,
That's fuel farm.
Okay.
that was
Yeah.
fuel farm. This
Yeah.
is for
Gotcha.
the, this is the big vegetation removal
To move all the
project, move
obstructions.
everything else, not just the stuff, wow, I'm walking away, not just the stuff that, cleared the third runway. This is for everything between, the approaches between, Commissioner Emerson was talking about the commission.
Line of
the-
sight.
Yeah, between the runways and around the rest of the, airport, yes.
Thank you
And
for
actually on
clarifying that.
Triumph, they're actually meeting May 11th.
Yes.
And then at that point, hopefully, we will receive permission to actually issue the award for the Triumph Fuel Farm project at the next commission meeting. So
Yes.
hopefully so.
They are aware we need more money, so.
Okay, this bid, let's see, is for, the survey, removal, and disposal of trees and other vegetation. This is essentially the next phase of the airport obstruction removal project. We have one bid, and that is from Collins Land Services.
Is that our local Collins?
No,
No, sorry.
no, you're good. I just was answering the question.
Actually, is it the same gentleman that did the clearing out in front of the 1836?
It is.
He's
Yep,
from
Collins was the
Carabel.
same
He's
group.
local. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Yes,
I didn't
he's
know that.
local. His mother is Nan Collins.
Oh, okay.
Okay, his business address is from Havana, so
Yes.
that's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, that
That's
confused
why I
me,
said
and I
not
spoke
local.
with him out there. and
Isn't
he was
that
like,
Edwin? Isn't that Edwin?
Edwin,
yeah, that's
yes.
Okay.
he's one of your folks over there.
19, that's what we care about.
His bid bond is attached, and this bid, I'm only gonna read off, I believe, the first three bids because there were some alternates.
Right.
There's quite a few alternates included, actually.
So I think, yeah, John said the bed base and at least the first two alternates, he said that should be enough for right now.
Okay.
If we can find it.
Well, I'm glad y'all cleared that up, who that was for me, because I'd seen Havana and thought it was just not somebody from there. so.
It threw me off. I went out there and took a little ride with him. We got to talking. I kept looking at him. I was like, I know
Yeah,
I like keeping our businesses local.
Well,
if we
you know,
can.
I'm
this.
thinking.
We all a little gray.
Okay, here. Okay,
Actually,
here
he's
we
a
go.
little baller, but
Okay, the base bid is $176,875. The base bid for the obstruction removal is $176,875. The additive alternate A is $35,325. Again, alternate A is $35,325. Additional alternate B, $370,975. Alternate B, $370,975. And we can keep going, or we can stop at the three.
That's what-
Okay.
yeah, John said that was enough.
Okay,
that'd be fine.
and there was a bid bond included.
Okay, so who would we be turning this over to review it on our behalf?
We will release this to Avcon,
Avcon.
John Collins.
Yes, so that's what the motion would
Okay.
be asking.
I'll make that motion to turn these bids over to Mr. Collins.
All right. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by both Commissioner Sanders and Commissioner Amison. Any discussion, Commissioner?
I have one question.
Yes.
I just want to make a note for the record, John Collins and this gentleman are not related,
No.
correct?
No,
Okay,
they're
I just want to make a point for the record.
Good
Different
point.
parts
Sure
of the
that that's,
country.
because we'll have somebody say, what?
There are Collins everywhere, there's Schulers everywhere, it's all not related.
Wards?
Miss Aaron, I want to ask a question. I know there are alternates to this, and it seemed like one was really low, the other one was really high. If we tried to do all this, is the base cover all of it? Or is one of the alternates cover if we're actually doing all the work? How does that work?
Actually, the alternates would be in addition.
Yeah.
Yep, so, I know what John's doing is he has quite a few, he
Other
actually has
projects?
quite a few other funding sources.
Right.
So, as the funding becomes available, then, sometimes we'll be able to actually go with alternate B or, for the additional works.
I guess what I'm trying to ask is, and Mr. Ted, if you know, please chime in, is that if they do just the base, is it gonna clear that line of sight obstruction between the two runways on the north end?
No, sir, I understand that's one of the alternates. The
Okay.
base bid is the approaches on all the runways.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Okay.
Okay.
I just so I would know,
There
that's all.
were
it was.
several phases that like Aaron said, as money is available.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds-
But then, that's, I'm sorry.
That's it.
That saves you from having to go out for bid
Yes,
again, because it's a
every-
multi-phase
every-
project. You just keep getting funded and keep getting stuff done, basically.
Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ted.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Mr.
Yes.
Ted a
Mr.
question.
Ted, go ahead.
Mr. Ted,
Yes, ma'am.
you were present at the airport board
Yes.
meeting. Is it promising? Does it sound promising?
It's very promising.
Good.
It just takes
Good.
time to get everybody, get their feet on the ground
Yeah.
and get the procedure and square away the sunshine law and things like this.
Good, I'm glad. Keep us up to date on stuff.
Yes,
We will. Thank you.
Wrong.
thank you, Mr. Ted. All right, Mr. Kirschenbaum?
Steve Kirschenbaum, Chair of the Airport Economic Development Board, Operations. Funny thing on the way here this morning, out of respect for the commission, I figured I would put on a suit and tie. And as I put on my suit, it doesn't fit. And what comes on the TV? My cousin Vinny. But anyway. So anyway, then I go and start trying to fix my tie, and I haven't tied a tie in a while, and I couldn't find my pre-tape tie, so it was interesting. As far as the new Airport Economic Development Board, it's a good bunch of people. It's just going to take a little bit to get all the irons and kinks out. We had a preliminary meeting with myself, Otis, Erin, Michael, and the airport manager discussing the contract. Right now, we're going to take the new contract that hopefully Michael will give me at this meeting, and we'll get it back to all the other members to digest in an easy-to-look-at format. What I had given them at the meeting was a sheet of paper and the contract, and it became a little confusing. But I think we got a great bunch of people. Tom Mesher is going to be phenomenal. He's a financial expert. And what I figured I'd bring down to this meeting, today I'm wearing my Good Luck tie tack that was given to me by the Director of Public Affairs from Northrop Grumman Corporation when I presented him an F-14 Tomcat at our old municipality. But I think we got a lot of high hope and a lot of good things are going to happen. We just got to get this group working correctly. Thank you for your time, and it's nice standing up here in a position that I could talk to you correctly.
Thank you, Mr.
you.
Steve. I
Articulate.
appreciate it.
I got one comment, and it'll be quick.
Yep.
Could you, on behalf of us, could you relate it to your board, that we understand that they're all, kind of just getting their legs? We don't expect them to, build mountains overnight. It seems to me as some of them's a little stage fright. You're having problems getting motion seconds.
Yes.
That'll all come, and we're patient. I don't, and I just don't want them to get,
Right.
discouraged.
And
So
we're
just
gonna-
reassure them that
And we're going to get
we
them
got all the
briefed.
faith in the world in them.
Good. And we're going to get them briefed on sunshine law goods so they totally understand it. And don't be so incredibly anxious to act on this contract. We want you to act on it, but we're going to be in it for 5 years, and we want it to be in the best interest of the county and the FBO.
Yeah.
All right?
And I think another thing to add to that, Mr. Steve, is because it's just the way it is, and it's not knowing, everybody's kind of new to that process, everybody that's serving, volunteering their time. It is a board, much like the TDC functions and even our planning and zoning board. They make recommendations to the county. The county's not expecting that board or any other board that volunteers on our behalf to make the decisions. They're making a recommendation to this board for us to make the decision. And they're weighing in on, what I mean? So it's not that it's not important, it's very important, but it might help ease some of them's understanding if they know if it's not just right when it leaves them, that somehow it's gonna be a problem for us with them. No, it's not like that.
Right, absolutely. And
We're just looking for recommendations.
I'll make them sure of it, and a lot of them never served on the board before.
Right.
So,
It's all good.
all right. And I've chaired 2 or 3 not-for-profits in the past, so I'm comfortable with it. We just got to get them right.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate
Just
it.
reassure them, we're the ones that'll take the heat.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
And as Steve, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Well, as Steve walks away from the podium there, commissioners, know that in my report, with the chairman's persistence and the charm of your county attorney, we were able to get someone to do some classes, ethics classes, basically some condensed ethics classes that we will start doing for all of our volunteer boards. The chairman's been after me about for a while. And the first board we're going to deal with, more than likely, is the airport board. Because their meeting is, their regular meeting, they have a special meeting coming up, you'll see my report, but their regular meeting is on the 23rd, the fourth Tuesday of the month. And Attorney Shule was able to assist me greatly in getting coordination done where we have someone to come in and give that class, you know? And
Just
so,
an abbreviated version.
Yes,
It don't have to be
because
a
for your-
5-hour class like we have to sit.
I agree.
No, it's an hour, don't scare them anyway, Steve. It's about an hour's class, basically, and it's about meetings and who they can talk to and in what manner they can talk to. The basic that they need to know to serve as a volunteer board for this county
I
commission.
think that's a wonderful idea.
So there's no, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, so there's no, Mr. Steve kinda.
I'm sorry, I mean,
interrupted.
to lose your thought.
There's no other, okay. Florida Association of Counties, or some of them don't offer the abbreviated version?
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
in for pounding for a penny when it comes to their classes, so yeah.
We need to make sure that all of our committees have the abbreviated version
They can-
to where they
TDC, yep,
understand.
they
Because
wanna-
what they may not perceive to be a conflict may in actuality be a conflict.
Yes, and Commissioner Amison, having this discussion, also came up with a wonderful idea to check with both cities to see if they have volunteer boards that they want to take these classes. We could share the cost, help. But it would also enlighten all our volunteer boards in the county, not just the county's volunteer boards, but the city's volunteer board. Hey, this is what you can and can't do, you know? You can't have a go-between. In other words, you can't tell Fred, so you can tell the other board member what you're voting. You know, that's illegal too, you know? So, yeah, so that's what we're working towards. We'll discuss it a little later, because I know we want to move on the agenda.
And Mr.
All right, thank you.
That's Steve.
We totally support it. Michael, do you happen to have a copy of the new revised agreement I could take with me?
I will. I'll send an email to you after Attorney Shule discusses.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, commissioners, I appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, one more item on that. This is the real reason why I wanted to ask Mr. Ted what he thought, because he's been part of this airport for a long time. And I, along with the rest of the board members, appreciate his opinions and his ideas. And if he says it's gonna be good, it's gonna be good. You know, he's a good man and he's gonna tell it. So that's the reason why I like to know that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Not a problem. And to finish off the topic, so Mr. Ted, just so you know, see what Mr. Marone's doing? That's what you'll be doing for the Airport Advisory Board. Kind of helping with the reports and stuff and helping move it along, sir.
And to add to that, poor Mr. Ted came in as the interim airport manager. I don't think he realized, but he's a good man for the job, and I appreciate everything that he does.
We have a,
Goes above and beyond, for sure.
Been around the block a few times.
Thank you.
we have a tremendous amount of respect for Ted. He is an encyclopedia of that airport. Thank you.
y'all. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Dr. May, have a letter of support discussion.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Dusty May. I'm from Port St. Joe. Can I come up there and hand y'all a document, or do you want to do it? Got them kind of segregated. There's 3 pages on each one. Each one of the, yeah, they're offset. Hopefully there's enough to go around. I'll go ahead and get started. I know y'all are busy. I'm gonna keep this quick. And if it's okay, I've given this presentation 1,000,000 times, and I've got some new information, but do I have 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Go ahead.
No time
good?
limit.
Okay, go ahead. Well, I'm not gonna keep you here. Don't tell me that.
Oh, don't worry, we'll let you know.
Look behind you, this is rare.
Very rare.
Yeah,
sir.
okay, good. But, all right,
Just
awesome.
don't even know.
So I'm gonna launch into this thing, and if you would, I don't know if you guys remember the email I sent you. It had an attachment in it, and that's all this second page of your document is. And I just want to kind of review the history, and you guys probably know this, but it's amazing how many people don't. So I'm just going to start kind of at the beginning, not at the beginning, but at the beginning. So, you know, for 12,000 years since the last ice age, every drop of water that fell out of the sky or bubbled up in springs in the 20,000 square mile Apalachicola, Chattahoochee, Flint River Basin from Ball Mountain, Georgia, all the way basically from North Carolina to here, Every drop of that water ended up in your bay, Apalachicola Bay. And more importantly than every drop of water, every ounce or pound of sediment that came down that river ended up in Apalachicola Bay. But since the last ice age, every drop of water that fell in the 75,000 acre Lake Wimico marsh system was collected by the lake, transmitted by the Jackson River into Apalachicola Bay. About 100 years ago, wasn't Army Corps of Engineers, but it was the Army at that time, was trying to figure out how to get all this valuable cotton and timber into the Gulf of Mexico. Having a lot of problems here in Apalachicola because of the amount of silt in the bay. So they kind of said they didn't want to do it in Appalach. They didn't want to do it in St. Joe because they're going to have to build a railroad over there, and our port wasn't that good. So Panama City already existed. They had some political clout. They decided to do it in Panama City. So they dredged a channel from the Jackson River through Lake Wimico, all the way up through Searcy Creek. So back in the old days, 100 years ago, Searcy Creek, which is where White City is now, ended in White City. That's why Highway 71 is there. So if you wanted to drive a car to Appalach, you had to come around the lake swamp at White City, come to St. Joe, turn left, go the Old Shell Road, and wade through the low area down there around Depot Creek. But basically, that's how you got here, by land. So that's why Highway 71 is there. That's the driest land around the lake swamp. So that was Searcy Creek. So what they did is they dredged out Searcy Creek. That's the Intercoastal Waterway. If you've been on it, you've seen those oxbows in it. That's Searcy Creek. Then they dredged a ditch from there all the way to the west fork of the Weetapo Creek, which is the southernmost part of St. Andrew Bay. Then they dredged out St. Andrew Bay, and it got you to the new Old Pass in Panama. So that's what they did in 1906. 1938, Ed Ball said, hey, we want in on that. So they dredged the Gulf County Canal, which connected St. Joe Bay to that body of water. So pretty much what that did was begin diverting water out of Apalachicola Bay. Nobody really cared about it back then. This was before the Woodruff Dam, and before our time. If history is any record, or if our instruments are any record, large amounts of water, and more importantly to us, large amounts of sediment were being diverted. So we now know, and if you'll look down here again this is the second page of your thing. The first page you got was 2021 data. The second page is 2022 data, and you saw this. Before the GIWW, 100% of all the water went here. Now 1.395 trillion gallons of freshwater and sediment have been diverted in 2 years. So that's about, 2021, I think it was about 780 billion gallons that year. And 2022 is about 663 billion gallons a year. So you can see that the average is maybe a little lower than the first page document there, where it shows 2.5 billion gallons a day. So billions and trillions are kind of a weird number. So I broke it down. If you're standing on the White City Bridge and you're looking down at the canal, every minute of every hour, of every day, of every week, of every month, of every year, every minute, between 1.3 and 1.7 million gallons of fresh water and sediment are being diverted away from Apalachicola Bay. That's a fact. That's hard data. That's not our opinion. That's USGS certified flow meters, inspected and installed and done by that's government numbers, and you can look at the flow. In fact, we've got the flow meters. If you'll look at your first page I gave you, it shows how you can go online and look up those two flow meters and look at the flow on any given day. They're online. That's public information. So we know the history. We know that 100 years ago, 0 gallons were diverted. And we know that now 700 billion gallons a year, 1.3 to 1.7 million gallons a minute are being diverted. So to us, that's pretty significant. So we started the process of trying to get something done about this. And through very fortuitous circumstances, we fell in with some people that connected us with a group in Washington, D.C. called Dawson and Associates. These people are the biggest consulting lobbying firm in the United States, in the world really, when it comes to U.S. Army Corps of Engineers projects, and we have engaged their services. And these guys get things done in the Corps. And so last year we had we proposed a study. It's called Apalachicola Bay, St. Joe Bay, St. Andrew Bay, Lake Wimico Environmental Degradation Study. We proposed a study to the Corps of Engineers, because if you want the Corps of Engineers involved in any kind of project, you got to go through this 7001 feasibility study, if it's of any size. So our people advised us to go ahead and start this process. We began the process, and we're actually approved as non-federal sponsors through their assistance inside the Corps. The Mobile District of the Corps of Engineers is very excited about this project. David Newell is their project manager over there. Spoken to him, he told me, he said, I got 20 studies on my desk, and this study is the one I want to do. Now, I know you guys have been studied to death over here, and I want to distinguish what this study is as opposed to what the studies are, not to fault the other studies, but I'm going to get to that in a minute. So anyway, we've got this awesome momentum inside the Army Corps of Engineers, which we always assumed was going to be the hard part of this puzzle. These guys are ready to go. Turns out they're not that busy. They hadn't spent a penny in the Panhandle on environmental resiliency. They're spending $1 billion in South Florida, and they want to get to work over here. So now we got to get the state of Florida on board. Well, we fought and met and did everything we could. I have good news, though. On Friday, last Friday, I spoke with, 2 Fridays ago, spoke with George Roberts, who's the chairman of Northwest Florida Water Management District. And he assured me that, yep, they did want to do the study, but they didn't have the money. Well, I immediately called up Lyle Siegler, who is the director of Northwest Florida, and he was on Capitol Hill, actually, and he agreed to meet with him on his lunch hour. I actually went to the Hill up there on Friday, and he verbally assured me, and he had Paul Thurman, his chief scientific officer. I sat there, I talked to Paul numerous times. These guys all gave me verbal commitment. They now want to become the non-federal sponsor of this study. So I promised y'all an email I was going to send you the letter I wanted you to write. Well, I want you to write a little different letter now, but I'm going to get that to your county attorney once I find out what the actual words are, because we're about to put somebody else on our payroll that knows how to deal with Tallahassee. And once the session's over, he's going to explain to me what we need to ask DEP for, and I'm going to ask y'all to write a letter of support saying, hey, we want this to happen. Getting back to our study, this study that the Corps demands is basically $3 million maximum. It's split evenly between the non-federal sponsor, which would be the state of Florida, and the Corps of Engineers. It can only take 3 years. It doesn't have to cost $3 million, and it doesn't have to take 3 years. It's maximum that. At the end of that, they come up with findings of the problems that they've discovered, and then they come up with solutions. At that point, we now have an authoritative document that states what needs to be done to solve the problem. Now, I'm just a dentist, so I'm not one of these guys that knows everything about the river. But if you'll look at the last page of your handout, and that's basically a blow-up of the second page map, you'll see a little red line right there, and it says WCS, Water Control Structure. So the Army Corps of Engineers builds these water control structures all over the country. They've got them. I think they have 300 or 400 they maintain. This is an engineering problem that's already in the box. It doesn't require a lot of thought. I mean, I'm sure there's some local issues, but by and large, this is not a technological problem. But it seems to me that if we went back to the way things were for the last 12,000 years, when things were working pretty good over here as far as oysters and shrimp and everything, and St. Joe Bay was a whole lot clearer, and I don't really know a whole lot about St. Andrews Bay, but I'm assuming it was a lot different, then it would be pretty simple to separate that water flow, still allowing traffic through there, but not allowing day in, day out water flow. You'd keep the fresh water on the Apalachicola side and the Lake Wimico side, and you'd keep the salt water on the St. Joe side and the East Bay side. But that's just me. The smart guys have to come up with this, and it has to be part of a study. But if they determine that 700 billion gallons a year is a problem, which I can't imagine them not, then they're going to have to start talking about how do we do that. All we're doing, this isn't Dusty May's idea, and this isn't some brilliant. All we're trying to do is set the clock back the way it was before we dredge that canal, and we can do it really simply and relatively inexpensively. But the process is the study. The Corps of Engineers and the state have to agree. Kind of like y'all talking about your airport board. These things take a while. I've been pulling my hair out. But anyway, we're making progress. It's just super slow. Now this study has to convene. At this study, we'd like your board, we're going to the Gulf County Board, we want y'all to have a seat at the table. We want everybody here to know what's going on. This is a regional problem. This is also involves Bay County, and they're on my next list of people to talk to. So, bottom line, we've got this study going. We've got the state to agree to become the non-federal sponsor, which was a huge step that happened last week. Now we got to find them some money. They need $500,000 a year for 3 years, starting with the 2025 budget. We feel confident we can pull that off. What I want you guys to understand is, A, what we've been doing and where we are now, and B, that this isn't just another study that's going to go on for 5 years and then they're going to publish a bunch of data and then they're going to say, oh, well, we got gaps in the data, so we got to do another 5 years. I mean, this is a concrete thing, and these are our objective is clear, and that is to restore the hydrology of that part, anyway, of our ecosystems to the way they were before we dredged that canal. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I have one.
Yeah.
Because thank you for your presentation, Dr. May. Because you've said it here in our hearing 3 or 4 times. So the thing that's changed is St. Joe added a canal. That's what has changed. You've said it 2 or 3 times.
No, what's happened was the Corps of Engineers dredged the original canal. That's the one that went to St. Andrew Bay. Yeah. And then Ed Ball, St. Joe, got them to dredge the St. Joe Canal, the connection to St. Joe Bay.
So where's this potential, where's it going to go? Because on the Franklin County side, I think the river's too wide.
No. If you'll look on that map I gave you, that third page that's just got the map on it.
Right.
Yeah. You see that red line there? It says WCS?
Yep.
So that's just on the south side of the T before you get to the Gulf County Canal.
So it's in Gulf County?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yes, this is in Gulf County. This doesn't have anything to do with the river. This is strictly the ditch.
Okay, where's White City in relation to that?
White City is just south of that.
Okay.
Southeast of that.
I don't know if anybody's mentioned, and just for discussion, we have another Hurricane Michael event. Is that going to flood out White City if there's a canal there?
Well, the thing about a water control structure, so in other words, with the way they run these things, I mean, if a bunch of mullets show up on one side of it, they'll open it up and let the fish go. If they feel like they need to open it for a short event, they'll open it. If they don't, they won't. I mean, it's 100% flexible.
So who's
and
gonna be
those
opening
things
and
that,
closing it? The Corps?
Pardon me?
Who's going to be opening and closing it? The
I mean, yes, whoever's in charge of running and maintaining it. But these things are, so I don't know if you're familiar with Louisiana very much, but if you go to Louisiana or if you're going down to Venice, and there's numerous ones of these to protect farms from being flooded by salt water, and to keep the river channel. So I mean, they make these decisions based on their research and on the studies that they do.
Yeah, but the research we have is done in the last couple of years. We don't have what it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and I'm wondering how much of this has to do with the fact that seems to coincide with the timeline of when the Corps decided to quit dredging the river channel here in Appalachia.
You know what?
Because,
that would be something.
To the point of least resistance.
That may be true, but again, we're going to get into the weeds here. If you want to look at this and get serious about it, look at our website. We've addressed that. There's a pretty definitive paper on management of rivers and channelized rivers. I mean, at the time when they guaranteed 9 feet in the Apalachicola River, they were doing it with 7,000 cubic feet a second. When they quit maintaining navigable depth, they couldn't do it with 13,000 cubic feet a second. So, I mean, there's some there's a lot of research done on that, and those are good questions.
Yeah.
A lot of them been answered, though. I mean, so, they went in and tried to address that issue with maintaining 9 feet by dredging the river in the low spots, and then, as you know, people got mad and quit creating spoil easements. And anyway, there's a whole lot of things that went on. All we're talking about here is that ditch, and when you look at the water, and they're on the website, you look at the water elevation gradients, the water flows north. It reversed the flow of the Jackson River when they did that. It's also allowing Lake Wimico to get flushed. Lake Wimico used to be a holding pond for Apalachicola Bay. It was a closed system. So when you had a southeast wind or a tropical system, the water came up, but it didn't just flow through. It filled up like a giant pool, and then it flowed back into the bay. So right now, we know from what's going on in St. Joe Bay, there's 5 feet of Apalachicola River mud in the floor of St. Joe Bay, and it's choking out our seagrass. That's why we even got started on this. We know your sediment, and this is not toxic sediment. This is what oysters need to survive on, all of this sediment. We know that we're getting a appreciable amount of your river sediment. I don't know as much about Apalachicola Bay as I know about Lake Wimico and the rest of these places, but I do know that you used to get out on dry bar and your feet got muddy. Not anymore. And anyway, so what we're saying is we know what used to happen 100 years ago, we know what's happening now, and we know what's happening in that body of water right there. Now, you can enlarge the scope of what you're thinking about, whether dredging helped or hurt, or the Woodruff Dam, but we're talking about problems that are solvable.
Okay.
And solvable relatively simply, and they're concrete. So, and it's important to say this. We're not saying there aren't other problems. You know, Atlanta and pivot irrigation. I mean, we believe all of that stuff. All we're saying is, here's a problem that nobody's addressed. We got a giant hole in the bucket down here. So no matter what we do upstream, let's fix this downstream problem. And we got people lined up to do it. I mean, they're ready to go. We've now got the state agreeing on it. It's only going to benefit Franklin County. I mean, I would like to think that putting 700 billion gallons a year of water and river mud back into that bay is only going to help. And so that's what we're here to talk about.
Sounds plausible, and it's not anything to do with your project or what we're looking at, Dr. May, but this county has heard those same things over and over the years, and we are where we're at right now, even though we've taken those steps that other people have asked us to do.
That's what I wanted to make sure and clarify about this, because this is not a state study.
Right.
This is a federal, that's the difference, and that's why I want to come over and explain this.
Yeah.
This is a different, it's a different animal.
Right.
When this feasibility study is done, now, the state of Florida at that time can back away from the findings and say, we don't want to do that. That's 100% a possibility, but they can't dispute the findings. And what we think is that we've got Triumph Fund over here sitting on $200 million. I plan on taking that document straight to Rick Harper and going, because we've got people ready to economically model this thing in Tallahassee, and I mean, we've done our homework. We're ready to get Triumph on board, and this is a regional project. It'd be Bay County, Franklin County, and Gulf County. It's the kind of thing they like to do. We could marry them with the Corps. They meet all their clawback provisions.
How is it going to qualify for Triumph? Triumph creates jobs.
We can economically, I guarantee you this can be economically modeled to create a lot of jobs. I mean, let's face it. How many more, if your bay is healthy again and they can open it again and they start letting people commercially oyster over here, we can economically model that. Can we improve the finfish fishery over here? We can economically model that. Clean water, better habitat. We can economically model environment. I mean, all of this stuff is doable. We got PhDs in Tallahassee on board ready to do it.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's going to be difficult. I'm just going to let you know because
yeah. Well, I'm not asking
we've talked about with Triumph, they don't want to deal in hypotheticals.
I know that's why they don't. That's why they won't deal with studies.
Yeah.
But if you go with a document from the Corps of Engineers with concrete information and concrete recommendations, then they're going to have to turn it down. They're going to have a lot more to answer for it. I'm not saying they'll do it or won't do it, but even if they don't, the state of Florida needs to step in and do this. And anyway, I just wanted you guys to know what we're doing. I know you're skeptical. I don't blame you because you guys have seen this stuff come and go, and I mean, I've watched it too. Just, it seems like everybody wants to come over here and measure everything over here, but nothing ever happens. I know that's the way I would feel if I lived over here. Yep. And I wanted to come over and tell you that hopefully this is going to be a little different. I mean, because we got the federal government involved in the study, and we've got people inside the halls of Washington, D.C. that are going to make sure that this stuff continues to happen. So what I'm going to do, and I'll stop now, all we're really asking for right now is for you guys to write a letter of support to Florida DEP, and I don't exactly know who that needs to go to, or exactly what the wording needs to be as far as how do we ask for that money inside of the budget, because the management districts can get funded ongoing. They don't have to wait for a certain amount of time, right. But we're really not in a big hurry. So, but I do want to get the wording right and get y'all to at least write a letter supporting it.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's fine.
So that's my ask, if you will.
The only other thing I will say, just in discussion, you might be looking at two. And here's the reason I say that, because if you have one that you have to turn loose for events or different stuff, and you don't still have one on the canal that goes to Gulf County, when they do have those events and they turn that canal loose, guess what? It's still going to Gulf County.
Yeah, but it's not doing it day in and day out. That's what's getting us. I mean, I don't think events are what's really causing the problem. It's just the continuous flow, because, you know, when you look at hydrology, sediment follows flow. And that water has a high velocity in that canal. It is a 270-foot wide, 18-foot ditch with almost no bends in it. And that water develops quite a bit of velocity in there. It averages 3 to 4 knots in there a lot when the river's high. Yeah. And so what happens as soon as it blows out of that canal in St. Joe, the mud falls out. And you can look at the Port Authority did a bunch of core samples over there, and we've got literally right in front of the canal all the way out to the first part of the ship channel, about 5 feet of river mud out there.
Any other board members have any questions?
Y'all got any questions?
I wasn't trying to dominate the conversation.
No, that's fine. Look, I know you guys are skeptical about this, and that's why I came over here, because I would be too. Yeah. But I really think it's worth a shot.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
Dr. May, I got a quick question. I'm just confused. Now, the Corps has control of the actual intercoastal. That's their canal. I mean,
that's why they have. That's why they have to do this. Yeah.
Why do you need the state if the state is dragging their feet?
Because through the 7001 feasibility process, the Corps of Engineers has to have a non-federal sponsor, a local sponsor for the problem. Now, here's the other possibility, and this is what we've heard, is that once this study process occurs, if the Corps of Engineers realizes that they are culpable for the whole thing, then they take on a much larger share of the solution. And I'm not going to speak out of turn, but that's a distinct possibility as well. So, you know, for $500,000 a year for 3 years, the state of Florida, we feel like can get this problem solved for very low investment. Okay. So, but to answer your question distinctly, the process is you've got to have a local, non-federal sponsor with skin in the game before the Corps will come in and say, okay, yeah. Now, there may be some other ways of doing this, like if you knew the president or, you know, some way from top down. But our guys suggested, and these guys are all retired Corps of Engineers people, like this is the way to go through the process of getting things done. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another thing, I mean, if you're looking for letters of support, my dad is the mayor of Lake Wimico.
Okay.
So
I will.
No, actually, all joking aside, I grew up there. I mean, that's where we've always done all our hunting, fishing.
Yeah.
And he's probably up there right now. But I'm familiar with the area.
Well, you know, we used to winter 10,000 waterfowl on that lake.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
You know, and now all that natural, that freshwater aquatic grass, all the buggy whips, most of the cypress trees, all of that, most of that stuff's gone. I mean, we still have a couple hundred divers come through there and stay all winter, but we don't winter waterfowl up there hardly at all anymore. And it's all because there's nothing for them to eat. It's the salinity. It's not, you know, these southeast winds, when you get a tropical storm, it flushes that whole lake out with salt water.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It goes back and forth. I know we got a lot of fresh water diverting that way, but let's just say we're drought up the river, we get them south winds. I've seen that lake before where, I mean, I've actually caught lane snapper up there, you know.
We've got data on our website that shows these flushing events because we've recorded them, because that's a big part of our study too, is to restore Lake Wimico to its natural function, which was to feed you guys water and to feed you filtered clean water that had been sitting up there in that lake settling for a while. And now it's just part of a channel. You know, I mean, it's not a closed system like it was for the last 12,000 years. So, yeah, and I mean, you know, that place used to be world-class bass fishing. I mean, you still catch fish up there, but it's nothing like it was. Like everything else around here, it's nothing like it was.
I will tell you this, just from my personal experience being up there through the years, the more we have gotten restricted with flows coming down the river, the more you've actually seen what we're discussing as far as that salinity issue in the lake and all. I mean, it's become, I guess you could say, more detrimental over the last, 15, 20 years?
I'd say 30 years.
Yeah.
I'd say about the late 90s, you know, maybe mid-90s. And, you know, and it might connect to what you're saying. When they quit maintaining navigational depth in the Apalachicola River, that changed everything, you know. But they basically ran out of water up there. They couldn't keep doing it. So, I mean, so all we're saying is there's still problems that exist. Yeah. But this one is solvable, and it's pretty concrete. There's not a lot of argument about what I just described to y'all. This is all set in stone. Why don't we fix it? And then move on to the next one. You know what I mean? Yeah. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
So commissioners, we can do however you want to do. I'm good with it. But I would think that since Dr. May has said they don't really know for sure how they want this letter worded, maybe we need to, I don't know if we want to make a motion to wait for that wording or.
If you don't mind.
Because we only have 4 here today, we don't have 5, so.
I'd like to wait and hear from our guy in Tallahassee, because he's gonna tell me exactly who's got the money, who we need to talk to, and how to word it. And then I'll communicate that to the county attorney, and then you guys can do whatever you, whatever you wanna do. But I'm hoping you'll be.
Okay, so do we need to table it today, Mr. Schuler? What do we need to do?
Well, it's just it is a request. Yeah, I would say table it.
Okay.
Motion to table.
Okay.
Okay, thank y'all.
Yep, thank you. So we have a motion to table by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Anderson. Any discussion before we vote? We're tabling this till we get all the definite wording for the letter, and then we'll know what we're gonna do. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, I just,
Yes.
for future reference, and nothing against Dr. May, but there's a lot of times there's some discussion and there's over talking when a commissioner's trying to talk or speak, and it just kind of gets muddled. You're trying to figure out who's saying what. So I don't know if maybe we need to, before any presentation or anybody says anything, we might need to say, hey, let's just let the commissioners talking, just wait till they're done, and vice versa, just so there's no over talking. I've noticed that at the past couple of public hearings and presentations, it's almost like there's it's not arguing, it's just somebody's trying to talk and then the person's trying to talk over them, and it's kind of hard to understand what each of them are saying when that happens.
Yes, ma'am. Some presenters are just.
I know they're passionate, and I get that.
Passionate, impatient and passionate, so yes. So.
But like Commissioner Amison was trying to ask a question and talk, and it was, he was trying to talk over him, and I have a problem with that.
Yes.
I know that people do get passionate, and they think of something and they just want to bring it up right then before they forget, and I understand that, but I think it's just, it doesn't help the process when you're trying to talk over somebody.
Okay, I'll try and drop some house rules every time somebody makes a presentation, see how we go with it.
I apologize.
No, it's not you. It wasn't you.
I do have a thing here. Say, hey, look, hush.
No, I don't know, and it may have just been noticeable to me. I don't know if anybody else has noticed it, but no.
I've noticed.
All right. So up next, we have Mr. Robert Emmett with an update for the SGLV Fire Department.
That's Robert right there live.
Morning,
He
sir.
looks like he's traveling, don't
Yes.
he?
Yeah.
Can you hear us, sir?
Robert, you're muted. You're still muted. If you can unmute on your device, right down there by the microphone, you tap on that.
Give me a breathe.
Yeah.
He says, I don't know what's
I
happening.
think it's the volume.
And I can't, let me see if I could help him like this. Does that help? And Commissioners, if you want, it's time for your 10 o'clock break. If you want to take a quick break while Robert and I try and work this out, that'll
We
work
can
too.
do that. 5-minute recess.
Fisherman's Choice Bait and Tackle has all you need for your day of fishing. They have fresh and saltwater bait, an unmatched selection of mirror lures, and a wide selection of Berkley Gulp, plus fresh and live bait and all the rigs and tackle you need for a great day of fishing, including brands like Penn and Shimano. They are also the only bait and tackle shop in Franklin County where you can get a fishing license. And don't miss their wide selection of marine supplies, coolers, and more. Fisherman's Choice is located at 330 Highway 98 in East Point.
Hi, I'm Carol Landis. I'm a professional realtor in love with St. George Island. When my husband and I and our dogs moved here in 2002, it was the beginning of an adventure that has never grown old in a community that is amazing. If you're thinking about moving to St. George Island or investing in our world-class real estate, then this community will be as important to you as the sand and surf.
Well, Kara to me is much more than an agent. She's become a friend, and since we bought the house, we've needed work done, and she knows everybody there is that can help us with that.
One of the key elements for the historical growth and value of St. George Island real estate is the fact that it's a great place to vacation and to live. The beauty of the Gulf of Mexico with its white sand beaches and blue sky has always been a magnet for me. It was love at first sight. As your realtor, I can help educate you on the various aspects of buying and owning coastal properties. From taxes to coastal setback lines to where to find the best oysters, it's all part of being your realtor.
Too often our friends tell us of it being a hardship to buy a house, and the agent was gone as soon as the closing. We've had quite the opposite experience with Kara.
If you're looking to buy or sell real estate on St. George Island, I'd love to work with you. Please call or text me at 850-653-7753.
Managing diabetes can be challenging, but getting help is easy with health education at no cost to you. Ascension Sacred Heart Gulf provides Living Well with Diabetes classes. Attend a class to gain insights into how to eat healthy, get active, manage medications, check blood sugar, and control stress. For the class schedule, location, and more information, call 850-229-5620 or visit ascension.org/Gulf Diabetes Education. This message sponsored by the Health Hub of Gulf and Franklin Counties. Embrace the pace on Florida's Forgotten Coast.
Franklin County Commission now back in session. We're going to, next item on our agenda, Mr. Robert Amick with a fire department update for St. James Lanark Village. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, how's everyone?
Great.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. I guess we just jump right in.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick update. We have, from the time that we started till now, we've been doing recruiting, cleaning massively to the building. We've hauled a couple of dumpsters full of trash, junk, old stuff that was worth nothing laying around. A lot of weed pulling, a lot of beautification, trying to get the volunteers active in the community and get more of the community to come out and volunteer. We're currently up to 12 volunteers on the roster. We had a few come in and a few lost a little bit of interest here and there. We've been doing hands-on training with them there at the department and trying to get them ready and up to speed to start running some calls. We've done the basic ropes and knots with them. We've done hose operations, of course, equipment familiarization with all the tools and et cetera that are on the trucks. We really have maybe 2 people in the mix that have actually have some firefighting experience. The rest are all very green, so we're starting from scratch. And the 2 that have the firefighting experience, you know, for one reason or another, you know, they're just not, you know, it's not heavy experience. So trying to use them to utilize to teach, you know, we're still having to do that ourselves. We have assessed the trucks, and there's some issues we've been working out with the city manager. We have a professional truck manufacturing company that's going to come in and do a full assessment on the trucks for us and let us know what it's going to take to get them up to speed so we can get pumps checked before we can release them out to be, you know, to be frontline firefighting vehicles again. We need pump tests, and we need to do some hose testing with the hoses that's out of date. And that should be happening this month. We should be able to get that taken care of by the end of this month as far as getting a good list together. There's what's called a volunteer firefighter week at the college in Ocala, the fire college. We have encouraged as many of them as possible to go. We had 6 that actually went, so half the crew was able to go and take the week and go over there. As the result, I didn't go myself, but Eric, my assistant, he went with them and chaperone, you know, even though they're all adults, they don't need chaperone, but he basically helped them through because he's been to the college before. We got him in there, and as the result from that, we had 2 of them come out of there that went through pump operations courses, so they have state certifications for that now. 2 of them have large animal rescue certifications now, so we can help with anything in rural areas or whatever. And 2 of them are actually certified in wildfire fighting now. So we are we're moving forward, and again, like we said in the beginning, we would be training them ourselves, plus bringing some professional training to them to get them ready. And this opportunity just came up over there at the college, so we brought them over there. But that's pretty much it in a nutshell. We're moving forward, and hopefully we can get them online as soon as we can get some equipment going, and we can start running some calls in the next couple of months.
Sounds good. Sounds real good, Mr. Robert. We don't know for sure, but I will tell you, we're looking at, if the governor will sign it, we're looking at getting enough money to buy a new fire truck for that department, $450,000. So.
Yes, yeah, and we worked with, I can't remember, but the city manager had me work with somebody there in the office to spec out and what we think we might want for the building there, or for which truck we wanted. We know that's in the works, and we appreciate that. And also something I forgot, we're also soon we'll be teaching them We're going to run them all through the EMR class, which is basically the first responder, where they can have some basic, where they'll have basic medical skills, CPR, et cetera. So, which would be the main set of their call volume there anyway.
Right.
Mr. Robert, this is Cheryl Sanders talking, and I haven't talked to you too much since I've been elected to come back on the board, but I just want to thank you and Eric for what y'all have done to come down here and put this department back up and running. Y'all have done a lot. You had to work with quite a mess out there, but you're getting it together, and we wanted to let you know that we appreciate what you all are doing, and we look forward to not too long down the road having a good operating fire department underneath y'all's direction.
Yep, that's our goal as well. We don't want to camp out there any longer than we have to, but it is a process because everybody that we have to work with needs training from ground zero all the way up.
Yes, sir. I was out there at one meeting when one of the ladies in the village said, well, don't we need to deal with the board? Don't we need to have a board? And you got up and you said, myself and Eric are the board for right now. So I love that. I love that. And thank you thank you so much for what you're doing. Thank Eric for us too, because he's a big part of it. And I can't wait to see them trucks running again out there.
All right.
Any other commissioners have anything for Mr. Emmett today? Mr. Robert, thank you for your time. Thank you for keeping us updated, but I'm like Commissioner Sanders. Thank y'all more for what you've actually been doing. It is very important that all of our citizens feel as safe as we can make them feel. And I assure you, fire departments are a good way to do that. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
Just a follow up. When it comes Volunteer Firefighting Day and all that, we've been trying to recognize people in the community that gives of their self to the community. I would like to recognize all those folks at that time.
Okay.
And I would like to start what, like you all said a while back, recognize some of these people that's being here, that's doing the contributions to our community, that's volunteering, because if it was not for the volunteers, we would not have a lot of services in Mexico County and everything. And I mean, it's just, I can tell you, it changes your life when you go out there and volunteer and make people feel better about themselves and their way of life and all that. But anyway, and I thank everybody for doing that.
All right, so we've already done all the stuff with the RFQs, correct, Ms. Aaron?
That's correct, yep. And we will be able to award, once John actually reviews the bid and finds that it's complete, because, the FAA understands that we've been having a hard time getting bids.
Yes. Okay. So now we're just to your regular report, correct?
Yeah.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, first item, board action. At the pre-construction meeting, several cost-saving design concepts were suggested by contractor Roberts & Roberts for the Alligator Drive multi-use path phases 3 and 4 project. Changes include a reduction in base materials and the addition of crosswalk striping for safety. This section runs from the boat ramp at the S-curve to East Harbor Circle. The attached change order reflects a net reduction in cost of $113,594. The new contract price will be $893,545.75. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached change order contingent upon approval of the design changes by FDOT.
So moved.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second with comment.
second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed, Commissioner.
It's very rare that we get a reduction of a change order and decrease in cost, so I think that's great.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that.
If only that could happen more often.
I know, right?
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next item is item number 2. The Florida Department of Transportation has requested a resolution from Franklin County authorizing the temporary closure of Adams Street in East Point for approximately 3 days. FDOT's resurfacing of Highway 98 from East Point to Caravel will require the replacement of an underground pipe at the intersection of Adams Street and US Highway 98. The closure will be advertised 14 days prior to taking effect. The date is unfortunately unknown at this time, and traffic will be detoured onto North Franklin Street or Jefferson Street during the 3-day period. Board action to adopt the attached resolution allowing the temporary closure of Adams Street for FDOT's US Highway 98 resurfacing project. And from what we understand, FDOT actually needs this from us before they can actually issue their contract or a notice to proceed.
So move.
A motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Next item is number 3. Attached is the executed amendment for the DEO Hurricane Michael Assistance Grant. The amendment approved the addition of the following elements to the scope of work at Rubin Park: energy efficient wind zone compliant sports lighting for the basketball court, a roof structure for the batting cage, and the refurbishment of the playground. Attached is a $36,792.53 estimate based on Omnia contract pricing from Game Time Playground Equipment for the replacement parts and pieces needed for the refurbishment of the playground equipment, and a $16,750 estimate from NSP to professionally remove rust, install the playground components, and perform the necessary safety upgrades at the playground. County staff requests acknowledgement of NSP as a sole source service provider, as no other vendors have been located within the service area, specializing in the refurbishment, repair, and replacement of playground parts. Musco Sports Lighting also has submitted a quote based upon Sourcewell contract pricing for $44,250 for the energy efficient wind zone compliant sports lighting for the 84-foot by 60-foot basketball court. I do have 4 action items. I believe we're going to have separate motions on each and every single one. So the first one will be item A, requesting board action to approve the attached quote from Game Time based on Omnia contract pricing.
So move.
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
Second.
second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next item is B, board action to waive the county bid policy and acknowledge NSP as a sole source service provider of playground maintenance and refurbishment services, and approve the attached quote from NSP for the repair and refurbishment work.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Also unanimous.
Next item C, board action to approve the attached quote from Musco Sports Lighting based on Sourcewell contract pricing.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? None opposed.
Okay. Next item, board action to approve advertising for bids for a 28-foot by 65-foot by 14-foot high metal roof structure for the batting cage.
So move.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? I will say that I did talk to some of them with the East Point Local League. 65 is, they said, well, that's kind of too long. And I said, well, think about if you have somebody coming to do classes on pitching or anything else, not just for the littlest ones, but as they get bigger, they say, oh, yeah, that probably would be good. So they're really good with it.
Okay.
Trust me, I just wanted to give that feedback that they gave. All in favor? All opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Aaron, before you move on, I want to ask you a question about this particular stuff we're doing around here. As we get to the point of getting past it, if there's any way that we can do, I don't even know if it's possible, if we can do like a, what's it we normally do with roads where we add something onto it?
Change order?
Change order. I think it'd be really good for this park if we could put a sidewalk from where it's at now by the baseball field, the complex, to the playground with a fence that people can walk through, and maybe put up the little cones where where it's open, they can walk through, but you can't drive through it, and just make 2 separate parking lots. I think it'd be a lot safer.
Okay.
If that comes up and it's possible.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Okay. Next item is item number 4. Franklin County has received the Spring 2023 Rural County E911 Maintenance Grant Agreement from the Florida Department of Management Services. E911 Coordinator Renee Brandon had submitted this annual application in March. This grant will pay up to $28,421.21 of the annual maintenance expenses for the E911 system. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the E911 Maintenance Grant Agreement.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
And Franklin County has begun working, oh, sorry. Next item?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, number 5.
I didn't know why you stopped. I was like, what happened? You're good, go ahead.
Okay, number 5, Franklin County has begun working to compile a list of surplus equipment and vehicles. One item of particular interest to the community may be the old theater seats out of Chapman Auditorium, which are being replaced by the Panhandle Players. These seats are not original to the building, but still antique and unique in their own regard, and some residents had expressed interest in the seats. Once the renewal agreement is approved, Florida Auction Network can proceed with the planning of an on-site auction to be held at Chapman Auditorium on Saturday, June 3rd, 2023. The auction will have items from Franklin County and other local agencies should they decide to participate. The auctioneer fee will be 5% of the gross sales price of any county-owned item, and Florida Auction Network handles all advertising, administration, accounting, and title work of the sale. The county had great success with the auction held by FAN last spring at the Franklin County Road Department. Board action to approve the 2023 renewal of the consignment agreement with Florida Auction Network, LLC.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second with question.
second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed, Commissioner.
I guess it's more of a comment than question. Some of these seats, because I had people reach out to me. To my knowledge, some of these seats were memorialized. Were they purchased by a family member of someone that was deceased, and they have like I think plaques on the back or some kind of nameplates on the back? Is that correct?
Actually,
everybody's looking at Royce.
Yes, please.
That is, Commissioner, yes, that is correct. But we have removed those nameplates, and what we're going to do is we're going to create a plaque and place all the names on a plaque of every single person who has, memorialized either themselves or some family members, on that as well. So we're still going to be something there. It's just the nameplates will obviously no longer, be on the chairs because we're getting new chairs. They're different. They've got a different position where you would actually place, the nameplates. It's not going to be able to go on the back like it was before, as far as I'm aware at this point. But there's still going to be something. It's not going away. We're just going to create something for them to hang on the wall.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
I know a lot of people were asking me about it personally. I was like, I don't know how they're going to do that, but I think some people were wanting to buy the seat that their family member was memorialized on, kind of as a memento. And that's why I just wanted the clarification. So thank you, Mr. Rostad, for clarifying that.
Any additional discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item number 6. In 2022, as allowed under the American Rescue Plan Act, ARP, Franklin County opted to obligate revenue loss funds to carry out governmental services. Included in the county's draft ARP spending plan was the courthouse roof replacement and exterior sealant. Southeastern Consulting Engineers, SCE, performed the initial inspection and assessment as part of a task order to conduct in-depth structural inspections of the courthouse, and provided their findings in a descriptive report which outlined various issues causing leaks and damage to the building. These inspections and findings will serve as the basis to develop the design and bid specifications. During the inspections, there were unanticipated repair items which will require specialized architectural services in addition to the general services provided by SCE. The attached $44,040 task order with Southeastern Consulting Engineers will allow for SCE to engage an architect specialized in historic preservation to assist in the development of the building's envelope design, specifications, bidding services, and perform construction administration inspection to see the project to completion. Board action to proceed with the additional task order with Southeastern Consulting Engineers.
So moved with question.
I think we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward.
So this is just to, I guess, fix the problems that are occurring, such as the leaks. But is there
Correct.
gonna be any further, that's basically all this is for. My thing is this, and I'll just make a quick comment. As time goes on, our courthouse is very, very old, very, very inundated. I can see a time where we're gonna probably have to approach legislators, like we did with Congressman Neil Dunn and stuff about potentially getting new buildings. We're gonna have to start really, really, really looking at our courthouse in the near future because it's old, it's every time we get a storm, it floods. And I don't really want to talk about it too much more without Madam Clerk Maxwell being here, but, you know, luckily the records are now preserved in a computer-based form because we did have a lot of documents, but we still have all of our land records. There's a lot of documentation over there that if the big storm comes, we're in trouble. We're gonna have a lot of issues over there, so we're gonna have to start looking forward to completely refurbishment of our courthouse or possibly building a new one in close proximity. I don't know, but I'm just near future. I know nothing now, but we're gonna have to start thinking about that for our courthouse in the future. I just want to make a note for that, for the record.
And actually, Commissioners, too, it also included as part of your ARP spending plan, it was a full roof replacement of the courthouse, and also the entire sealant of the building's exterior. So, you know, a lot of those joints over years and years have actually, you know, their grout has started to separate and deteriorate, so a lot of water intrusion is occurring from the masonry joints. So that is included in our American Rescue Plan spending plan.
All right, so we did have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward. We did not have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Amison. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next item, number 7. Franklin County is beginning preparations for fiscal year 23-24 budget. All budget requests must be submitted by June 15th, 2023. I have prepared the attached draft budget request letter with the following instructions. At the direction of the board, please keep your request to the minimum that your department can operate while providing the same level of services. It is unknown at this time what the financial impact will be on the county and state's revenue estimates from the extended period of high inflation. The upcoming budget will include the year 3 implementation of the 5-year pay plan as developed by Evergreen Solutions. The 5-year plan offered a statistical peer data-based solution to address wage disparity, market value discrepancies, some wage compression issues, and a gradual escalation in base salaries to meet the looming $15 minimum wage mandate in 2026. In addition to completing the attached form for your department's annual operating budget, please complete the attached capital improvement form, which would include repairs, capital outlay, or improvements estimated to cost more than $15,000 to assist with planning for the long-term capital needs of your department. Board action to authorize sending the budget request letter as drafted or with any changes or additional instructions.
Commissioners, do y'all have any changes or additional instructions other than what was laid out here?
I make a motion to authorize the budget request letter.
Okay, we have a motion to approve this letter being sent out for the budget request by Commissioner Sanders.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? I will say, I know that we've still continued to have a lot of building going on in the county. And I know we have the pay plan. We've now hired a consultant. We've never really had that before, some other things. But I'm very hopeful that we can move our millage rate back some this year in our budget discussions. We've been in the middle of inflation, and it doesn't take very long to figure it out. Just go to the grocery store or do any normal things, and you'll see how far your money goes. It doesn't go very far. But just my thoughts. Any more discussion before we vote?
Mr. Chairman, I'll just add that it's hard to believe it's already time for that again. It seems like we just did it.
It comes quickly. It really does. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, Commissioners, next item, number 8, the 7th Street Dune Walkover Project permit also included the additional erosion control measures relative to parking along Gorey Drive. The attached $3,200 quote plus the cost of base material of $45 per ton, which is the total labor in base material will not exceed $5,000, from Jason White Construction to complete the installation delineation of 8 parking places perpendicular to Gorey Drive with wheel stops fronting post and rope fencing, which will prevent forward encroachment onto the dune structures. Once sea turtle nesting season concludes in the fall, the county can then move forward with planting 2,000 sea oats plants to fill in the bare areas along the beach sides of the dune walkover. Duke Energy also has a sea oat grant program and may be able to assist with the cost of the 2,000 plants in the fall. I also want to mention that sometime last week, someone took the cut-off 4-foot sections of the 6-inch by 6-inch posts used in the construction of the handrails at the 7th Street Dune Walkover project. This material was county material and could have been repurposed in the post and rope fencing or used in other park projects. These cut-off sections of materials were not going to be discarded. After this unfortunate occurrence, the county may need to close the entirety of access points during construction in the future, instead of simply the small area right at the entry to a dune walkover to prevent the loss of materials. We do ask if someone innocently took this material, assuming that it was scrap, if they could please bring it back to the county landfill or the Parks and Recreation Department. Board action to approve the quote from Jason White Construction to be paid by TDC sales tax proceeds for the additional erosion control measures outlined in the 7th Street Dune Walkover project design.
Ms. Aaron, where are you reading from? Because my stuff don't have
I'm
that
sorry,
on
this
it.
one was,
I was trying to look for it.
it was actually a late ad.
What I'm looking at doesn't
I
have
do
that on it.
apologize, yeah, I actually just got the quote this
Okay.
morning, so.
So please
Yeah,
read the
yeah.
quote again.
Yeah, that's what I was feverishly
Okay.
working on.
Please read the quote again.
It was $3,200 plus the cost of base material at $45 per ton, to not exceed $5,000 total.
Right, and this is all part of that same project?
It is.
So it's being paid for with TDC funds?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
It's the additional erosion control measures that were
Right.
included in the project design.
Okay. All right. Pleasure of the board. Motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, commissioners?
I hate that something was taken and we don't know who took it. Hopefully they'll return it.
That's usually the way it
Anybody
goes when
needed
people
this.
take stuff like that.
Well, yeah.
They're not gonna let you know they took
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Lord. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
And the next item, which was going to be item number 9, was the roll-off truck discussion for the landfill, and that vendor unfortunately did not get me the quote in time. So, you know, a lot of times leading up to board meetings, you know, sometimes I know we have stuff coming up and I'll try to get it scheduled, but it takes a lot to get it out of vendors sometimes.
Okay.
And then we do have some miscellaneous project updates. Actually, the site prep is going to start tomorrow for the St. George Island playground improvements. So that's moving right along. We also have, you know, Carabel Beach Park is underway.
I was gonna ride out there tomorrow at some point and see what progress has been made, so
Yeah.
thank you for that.
Yeah.
And just a note, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind,
Yeah,
I
right.
did contact, it took a lot, because I had to go through multiple sources to find out who the right person to talk to was, but the crosswalk in Carabel, the letting date, was supposed to be in January. And so I contacted the DOT, which, anyway, they said they could start a project up to 90 days after the letting date. And it looks like sometimes here recently, they've actually had to go to 300 and something days. They've got some projects right now that are over 300 days after the letting date. But this gentleman assured me, the subcontractor, that they're looking at possibly making, start construction in midsummer. Not the best time in the world, but something's better than nothing. So hopefully we'll start seeing some work being done there in summertime about putting that crosswalk up at the RV park in Carabel to safely cross from the park or any pedestrian from the sidewalk to the beach, so.
Yeah, well, Commissioner, they're probably trying to coincide it with the paving project they're supposed to be doing from where Taylor's is at in Eastport all the way to the Carabel Bridge.
Well, you know, FDOT has a contractor and a subcontractor, so it was a task trying to figure out who the right person to talk to was. So I don't, you're right, they probably are. I was kind of hoping it would kind of go along with this project of the refurbishment of the park itself, but guess they can't always have what you want, so.
Yeah, no, they're probably gonna wait till they put new pavement there and then do it on top of that, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a surprise you even get that.
I do have one more item.
I fought hard for it. We fought hard for it.
Actually, the Seafood Landing Park, actually east of Apalachicola, that is going to be closed to public.
With?
Oh, gosh, sorry. I also have a problem with left and right.
You said east, and I'm thinking, okay, can we finally get a boat ride from Alligator
Drives
Point?
my husband
Anyway, go
crazy.
ahead.
Yes, that's actually going to be closed for public access beginning on Friday for a period of approximately 3 weeks because the 2-mile dredge, all of the equipment is going to be going on the water. They're also going to be loading the pipe, and it's just really dangerous for public access during that period. So we also have a flashing sign out there and also some pending closure notices posted.
Well, and to go along with what some of the commissioners are saying, Ms. Aaron, I am so glad to see we were able to get the 3rd Street and 7th Street walkovers done before turtle season started. And in addition to other stuff that's gonna be starting, I was talking to someone from the, Mr. Butler from the coastline. They're gonna be starting on the improvements they had to do. They had to order the pipe because it's right on 98 by the cheap butts in Eastport with that paving there.
Okay.
So they should be starting on that sometime pretty soon too as well. Just so the public will know. All right, anything else from Ms. Griffin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I was gonna bring, I was kind of wondering who to bring this up under whose report, and it really has nothing to do with, it has something to do with Aaron, but it kind of don't. I rode around with our road pavers, Roberts and Roberts. You know, we all have, each district commissioner has road paving funds to resurface and or widen, stripe roads in their districts. And with inflation, you know, we each have a set amount of money. And what I want it done is probably going to cost the amount what I have in my road paving funds. And it's just not conducive or feasible. Obviously, I want to do a lot of things, but I'm restricted as to what I want to do and how much of it because of the cost. And I know that, I don't know, I guess we contact our legislators or whoever, and all this money is from taxes, you know, when people come to our county and buy fuel. Fuel cost is going up. It just, I don't know, it doesn't make sense. I don't know if we can maybe look at other contractors to see what the prices are. I'm supposed to be getting a quote as to exactly how much money's gonna cost, but we really need to start looking at that too, because, you know, there's a lot of roads in our areas. In my district, I know, and I'm not speaking on behalf of the other commissioners, but a lot of stuff I wanna do, but I only got so much money, and it's frustrating because, you know, you do one thing and then you're gonna upset someone else because you didn't do what they wanted, and it's all about trying to balance that money. So I don't know what to do with that, but I'm just bringing that up for you guys so that when y'all start looking at your roads that you want done in your district, don't be surprised.
Oh, no.
So I'm gonna have to try to nitpick things I want and try to formulate a way to get it done in the best way possible. And I have a pretty good amount of money in my road paving funds. I don't want to speak of a number, but I was flabbergasted when he told me. I'm like, you're joking. Anyway.
Can I borrow some?
You probably got more than anybody.
Just to expand on that, if the inflation gets any worse, it's gonna get worse than that, and it's gonna get worse.
Yeah.
And also too, you know, look at how many gas stations we got over there in the eastern side of the county, not very many. And people don't understand that when you go, and I'm guilty of it just like everybody else. When you go buy your gas in other counties, you're giving them the gas tax money and not bringing nothing home. But you're trying to get the best price for your money.
Yep.
So that's the way it goes. But that's, a lot of people don't understand, that's where you get your money for your paving is your gas tax.
And I'm sorry.
And that's it, you know, that's it.
And Mr. Chairman, as I said before, as we go to a more electrically, more environmentally conscious country, world, you know, these electrical cars, they're not getting taxed. They're not getting gas, so they're not adding to that tax. So we need to look at Duke Energy or whoever's going to provide our electrical. I know we've got some electrical charging units here. What about, are we going to start getting funds from that? You know, when they come in and electrically charge their car, like fuel, is that tax going to go back towards our county? So that's something, I know this is all future, but I'm thinking in the future because we have to all think about the future.
That's right.
And I'm looking out for our best interest, as I know everybody else is too. But these are just things that I'm thinking about long term that we need to look at. And I'd rather be prepared now and start the conversation now than be caught up with, oh gosh, here we are now, and now what are we gonna do? So that's just my thought.
We passed that point about 12 years ago. The Commissioner, we're all completely right on what we're saying. It's never going to be cheaper than it is today. It's never going to get any cheaper. Now, what it might require is us to look at how we approach it. And I understand the way things were. I'm not trying to change everything, but we have traditionally taken whatever gas tax money we get and split it between the 5 districts, and each district can get whatever that district can get, regardless of the shape of the roads in the district. They get what they can get. So it might be something that we need to have a serious discussion or a workshop on having somebody come in. Well, they're supposed to be doing it with ARPC, but they haven't got off the ground yet. Actually going through and looking at all the roads in the county and give us a grading for the different roads. When we get that, we might need to think about doing some kind of bond and doing a big project to get a lot of that stuff out of the way and just pay for it every time with the gas tax. But you can't deplete your gas tax doing it, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm sure there's a happy medium and a way to do it. You can't just go and do everything you want to do, just like we can't do now. But it's never going to get any cheaper than it is today.
You're right.
It's never going to get any cheaper.
You're right. Of course, we don't want to, like you said, I don't want to spend all of my road paving funds, because if an emergency comes up, I'd like to have some for contingency, you know? It's a struggle, but
it is.
It's definitely, like you said, I agree with you, Chairman, something that we might can look at in the future to do. Might be something we have to do, not that we want to do it, but that we have to do it.
Yeah, and Commissioners too, I would actually like to get permission to talk to our county engineers to see if there was possibly a way that we could actually bid out our county road paving projects where it was more of a contract price on materials.
Yeah.
You know, and then that way it would be kind of a level playing field.
Right.
You know, if you want to honor this contract price, you know, to see if that would be possible. Now, that would be strictly for the county funded projects because, of course, we have, you know, specific requirements with FDOT with bid specifications and such. But it would be nice to have that in place, where then it could just be a quantity, you know, materials, man hours. So.
Was that something you can, if we, I guess, give you the okay for that, you can bring back and let us kind of know?
Oh, yeah.
Or,
Yep. I can talk to Dewberry about that.
That would be good.
Okay.
A lot of the things that's happening is like Gadsden County, they have an open-ended bond there that they constantly doing roads.
Yep.
Levy County, they have their own paving crew within the road department. So, I mean, there's a lot of different options there. And with more and more traffic down here to Franklin County, because we are the unforgotten coast town, I think that would be prudent on this board to take a look at it and see if any of those programs could help us. Because when we get programs that help Franklin County, it helps the people.
And
go ahead, Commissioner.
just Commissioner Sanders said, the infrastructure, we definitely, obviously our county is growing by leaps and bounds, and we got to make sure we got the infrastructure in place to accommodate that too, so.
Well, I don't know, it didn't get traction this legislative session, but we were asking the legislators to look at some of the TDC language in the statutes, because there's a 10% cap for beach park facilities. That's an issue. We have a lot of shorefront. And there's also language in there that if you don't collect over $10 million in a year, there's all these other lists of things you could do that you can't do. So if we can get that changed, that might help us in this conversation as well. Anything else from Ms. Griffin? We're gonna load you down. Thank you, Ms. Griffin. Mr. Morone?
All right, Commissioners, my report starts on page 27 of the handout you have in front of you. The first item, at a previous meeting, the board discussed the need for a new location for your supervisor of elections office as directed by the board. I discussed different locations with Ms. Riley, your supervisor of elections, and the best options to relocate your supervisor of elections office in Apalachicola is the offices next door that currently house your administration, planning and zoning, and your building department. Ms. Riley, her staff, and her IT department visited the offices, and they're very much in favor of relocating next door. So, the next matter is, where do these offices go? Well, with all the past board discussion regarding new locations for county offices, the developer for a commercial development project, it's located right in the corner of Highway 98 and South Bay Shore, currently where Mike Cates is, if you pass by and seen that, approached staff to discuss a build-to-suit option. This contractor developer will sell the county land with a building that would house your admin, planning and zoning, and building department offices. The building would also include a smaller commission room as an alternate meeting site, or to host public hearings or workshop that affects property closer to that location. If the board agrees to this plan, staff will submit requirements and a rough floor plan to the developer, so he could then provide a project cost range to the county. And with that information, the county could proceed with a purchase contract with an agreed price range contingent upon an appraisal. And if the appraisal, of course, is within the asking price range, we could proceed with the purchase. Staff is currently looking at funding options for this project.
Mr. Marone, I'll ask you a question.
Sir?
So in this discussion we're having today, all we're doing, if the board so choose to do that, would be asking this developer to draw up a spec of what it might cost. So we're to be doing the same thing we did with the Barber property. We have to, well, with that, it might be over 500. We'd have to have 2 appraisals. And if it comes, or do a contract, if it comes in within the appraised price, we got a deal. If it doesn't, it's all over with, or subject, like we did with the Barber property. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, the only addition would be, since there's a building involved, we're gonna give him what we would require, a rough floor plan, and let him come up with that cost range. But yes, sir, basically.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. So basically what you're asking for is us to make a motion to get a quote so we could at least weigh out our options.
Yes, that's basically it, nothing more.
I make a motion that we.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson,
I'll second with question.
second by Commissioner Ward. Please proceed.
The funding, you said you're looking at current funding options. I don't know how this would work per the Florida statute, but we get money for the building department permit fees. Could some of that money be utilized
Yes,
to pay for this?
the building department, they've been doing really well. Actually, I have a chart, I don't know if you saw it, there's a pie chart I have in there, actually showing the percentages of where each, by zip code, I believe, you know, what it did for me, showing where they're making the most permits. But yes, to get back to your question, Commissioner, yes. So basically, the building department has funds that we could use to fund probably close to half of what we estimate the building cost to be.
In which the building department, though, would only be able to fund the square footage in which they directly
Yeah,
occupy
which they
and
occupy.
their percentage share of any shared space.
But that would be a pretty big bulk of it, I would
Yes.
imagine, right? So that's money saved there, not having to come out of our ad valorem or whatever kind of fund we use. I'm all about saving money where we can and using money that we can where we can, because don't you have to spend that, the building department has to spend that money by a certain amount of time too,
Yes,
right?
yes.
correct.
So many years, or you gotta go through a process you really don't wanna go through, so yes.
Yeah, and we don't really foresee the, the high level of permit activity continuing into the future. You know, at some point, it will likely slow. It's been kind of unprecedented the last few
Yes.
years.
We
weren't
keep
really
saying that.
expected.
Yeah, we keep saying that, but it keeps going, there's no slowdown, but we'll see.
Although, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Although you're specifically talking to this part, about this parcel of land, that wherever you're talking about it, that's not, you're not pinning the board down to that, just that one area, because you're just getting a quote to
Yes.
see how much it's gonna be.
Yes.
Because, I mean, there may be some other land somewhere in East Point that's for sale, or that the county already owns that you might could put a building there.
Yep.
I don't have no problem with going to East Point, but, I'm just gonna remind, the county is 70-something miles long.
Yes.
You know, so I just wanna remind people.
Yeah.
That the county's 70-something miles long.
I hear you.
It is. It's a long distance.
And if we can get it closer to the east, we like getting it closer to the east.
Well, that would be closer.
You know what I know it's going closer.
Potentially. Ms. Griffin, didn't we also, because this is how we had the discussion about the potential of buying the Barber property, in the rescue plan funds, we'd set aside $500,000
Actually, for the
Or what was it?
supervisor of elections office, we had actually set up, I believe it was about 765,000.
Oh, okay.
So we, yeah, so we
So
do
you got
have
it.
the ability, you know, so even should she decide that she, you know, wants this suite,
Yeah.
we would have funds available to actually make any sort of changes that would be necessary for her office, and then also go towards the other location.
Well, and one thing too, you know, we got a lot of comments when everybody thought that I'm gonna go out there and say it, when the supervisor of elections office was supposed to be moved over to East Point, which that wasn't, I never did know the intent, but anyway, I was just coming on back then. But the thing about it is, by allowing this to happen with the supervisor of elections office, then this does bring the supervisor of elections up underneath the umbrella of the courthouse.
Yep.
Square.
It does.
So, and that'll make people feel better, because you can move the planning and zoning or any of that anywhere you want to. Doesn't matter. It's not a substantial down to where you've got to have it there.
I believe the term you're looking for is one-stop shopping.
Yep. And additionally for funding, if the supervisor were moved to this building and didn't have a monthly recurring cost
That's
for the
correct.
building,
Mhm.
that's another source of funding.
Yep.
Over time, should we need it.
And you got to remember what the intent of building this building was back in 2002, prior to that. It was with Article 5 funding due to due to the county from Article 5 funding for the clerk's office and the court system. So, I mean, that's what y'all got me here for. So,
Yeah.
a little bit of history.
Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So moving on, this is what I referred to earlier when Ted and Mr. Kirschenbaum was here, item 2. And I'm not sure it's attached, if I attached it or not late yesterday evening, I apologize. Supposedly attached to my report is the most recent draft version of Centric's Airport FBO contract that has been reviewed by staff and Attorney Schuler. The Airport Operations Economic Development Advisory Board did their initial review at an earlier draft of the contract at their first regular meeting on Tuesday, April 25th, but the AOED has scheduled a special meeting on Wednesday, May 10th to finalize their review and forward their concerns, comments, and recommendations to this board as you yourselves review that final draft to consider approval. Mr. Kirschenbaum, he spoke this morning, so I wouldn't say that part. And I will add the final draft of the contract to my May 16th report as an action item for your approval. I don't know if you want to point to Attorney Schuler, because he had some discussions with Mr. Andrew Hartman yesterday as they were kind of negotiating the final, I wouldn't say the final draft, the most recent current draft of that contract, or lease. I keep saying contract, it's a lease, I apologize, I'm so sorry.
So can I ask a question before we go to the attorney, because this is, so the FBO contract is up for renewal,
Yes,
and so we're not gonna go out for bids, we're gonna keep the same FBO?
yes. The last time we went out for FBO, it was just Centric, the one we have now, and Crystal Air, who was there before.
Oh, wait, I know
And
Crystal
you remember
Air.
Crystal Air.
I remember Crystal Air.
Yeah, they didn't make you happy, let me say that.
Didn't make me happy at all.
Yes, so yes, we would, I think we have a very good relationship, we have very good plans. Actually, and I don't want to steal your thunder, Mr. Chairman, but at the Triumph meeting, the chairman will tell you the Triumph actually had praise for this FBO.
The reason why I wanna do that is a lot of our folks don't know
Don't
about
understand,
Triumph
yes.
and all that.
Yes.
And so when I do this, it's not, I'm like Commissioner Ward. I'm not trying to criticize or something. I just wanna make sure the public understands how we got to this point.
Yes, ma'am.
That this is the best FBO that we've had in years.
Yes.
And right now, it's doing a good thing.
Yes.
So,
But we would like more, always do, that's our job, to like more, but yes, we like them to do more.
wouldn't say do, but you say more.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
And there is an opportunity for them to even do more than what they're doing now.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Again, not to steal the chairman's thunder, but he's going to discuss what Triumph said, and then right after that, We jumped on a phone call with Andrew, and then the chairman will tell you what that resulted in, how quickly Trump got an idea from the
Yes.
FBO.
Yes.
We'll save that. I'm trying to, save his piece for his piece, basically.
You're welcome.
So that was just a discussion item. Let the attorney do what he does. So.
Go ahead, Attorney Schuler.
Hey, Commissioners, the latest draft for everyone's review and consideration, I didn't know, sorry if y'all had seen it, but that's okay, you'll get it shortly. One issue that came up last week in my discussions with Andrew, and I told him I didn't have any authority to even consider that change. He's asked for a 10-year period on the contract instead of 5, and his pitch basically is, if we're going to do any long-term improvements out there, infrastructure, capital improvements, that he needed, requested that the board consider a 10-year period. So I said, right now, all the authority I have is for 5 years, so you're not making a decision today, and frankly, I wasn't even going to bring it up for discussion because I thought we were at a point of making a decision today. But since there's now a couple of week period for this to be discussed, I thought I would at least bring that up for your consideration, and then I guess the airport board can discuss it and come back to you with a recommendation. But other than that one unresolved issue, we at least now have a final draft, I'll go ahead and use that word, for the board and both boards, the Airport Advisory Board and the County Commission, to consider at the next meeting. So if y'all have any instructions for me on the 10-year period or the 5-year period, if you want to wait, let the airport board discuss that and come back to you with a recommendation, however the board wants to proceed.
So I'm good with them making a recommendation. I do favor 10 years because I know strategic planning, it takes a little while to kind of get things going. Like Commissioner Ward said earlier, we're already back around the budget time again. It seems like we just got through with all that. So at times, sometimes it goes by more quickly than what you give it. If you're trying to put things in place like we have been doing with the airport, I'm in favor of that, but we'll let them weigh in on it. I will say though, we need to make sure, Michael, because we've had this discussion and it just come to my mind now, make sure that this airport board, that everybody's got their documents in time enough that they all can review it, not just one or two of them.
That's right.
So they can all be a part of the discussion on the recommendation they're going to make.
Yes, but so after today's meeting, if you heard Mr. Kirschenbaum ask me for a copy of it, actually I talked to him yesterday, said we'll make the paper copies. I got to get Steve to understand we can do all the work. He shouldn't have to have any expenses. So we'll do copies. He's going to highlight and tab. We'll order the tab for him. So we should have that ready within a day or two for him as as Ted distributes it to the other board members.
Right. Okay. So we did not have a motion and vote yet.
I just wanted the dialogue between the board, myself, Attorney Schuler, and Aaron, if you guys had any questions for her, because she went a lot more back and forth with FAA than I or Attorney Schuler did. So.
And I'm going to elaborate on your 10-year thing versus 5-year thing. We want to be able to look to the future with this airport, but at the same time, being in the middle of stuff that sometimes you think is going good, then all of a sudden it goes south. I would like to have the right to review after 5 years, not necessarily to take it away or give it or whatever, but just to do a review. Basically, we really need the airport committee to basically do that because that's what they do. We're supposed to be doing. But that's what to make sure that they are living. Because sometimes you give them 10 years and they say, oh, we don't have anything, and we'll do it the last 3 years of our 10-year contract or something. So it's something like that. So I mean, that's the only thing I would be looking at.
Well, and to go with what you're saying, Commissioner, so far I've not seen Attorney Schuler give us any long-range contract that didn't have a termination provision in it. So,
Then let me address that. They're wanting a 10-year contract that does not have a termination for convenience provision. It does have a termination for cause provision, so that if there's a breach of the contract, there would be a notice in writing given to Centric. They would then have a 90-day period to cure any defects in the contract, and in the event the defects are not cured, then the county could terminate the contract. That is the principal termination provision. There's 2 other provisions. One is if for some reason the airport is closed, then there would be a termination, or if the airport is sold and privatized, there would be a termination. But those are the three termination provisions that they've requested that the board consider and approve.
So when you say for cause, are you saying like because we want to? I mean,
No.
I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, but no, but Commissioner Jones and Sanders are correct, and I know, at least I think I know what Commissioner Sanders is referring to. We once, in the late 80s, early 90s, were locked into a 20-year contract with the prior FBO operator, and there was no termination provision, and the services went downhill. The board was considering litigation because of the need to improve services out there, but there was no termination provision. So this contract does have a termination provision. It's just not for convenience for either party.
Okay. Well, I look forward to the recommendation. I think the rest of us do as well.
Okay.
So do we need a motion to vote to do what we're doing, or?
Yep.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Be aware of what's going on. Okay, item 3, and Commissioner, I joke, but I really have to thank Attorney Schuler for item 3 because, last year, quick explanation. Last year, I was working with this same attorney and doing ethics for the board, and there was a lot of scheduling conflicts, and I know I frustrated that attorney. It wasn't an attorney's fault, it was on us, but anyway, he was able to get this worked out for me, and I really thank him because it needed to be done. As was probably mentioned during the FBO contract discussions relating to the Airport Operations Economic Development Advisory Board, there's a need for each of your volunteer boards to receive some ethics training. This is an idea that the Chairman Jones has mentioned, and mentioned is using a nice word, on more than one occasion. I asked Attorney Schuler to contact Liberty County Attorney, Ms. Jennifer Schuler, about the possibility of providing a sunshine ethics class to each of your volunteer boards. And by that, it's a it's a 1 hour kind of condensed class that applies to boards and meetings and who they can talk to and who they can't talk to. I'm repeating myself from this morning earlier. Attorney Jennifer Schuler has submitted 2 options, $250 per hour for live training and $150 per hour for virtual, which we'll use Zoom and we'll use this room training. I will attempt to schedule these classes during the date and time when each board meets, which does not inconvenience your volunteer board members too much. Attorney Jennifer Schuler is available on May 23rd to give her first class to the AOED. That's when they usually meet, the 4th Tuesday of every month. The only difference is the location will be here, so we can use the equipment in here so she can give the class via Zoom. Unless this board says that it's different, I'd like a motion from you guys to include, to engage her to do all your volunteer boards, and as I mentioned this morning, based on Commissioner Amoson's recommendation, I will contact both cities and say, hey, do you guys want to jump in on this? And then I'll send them an invoice.
So moved.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Amoson.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Under discussion, I will say, I just want to clarify so everybody knows. Yes, I brought this up several times, but it's not because anybody's doing anything wrong.
No.
It's because realizing in the seats we sit in, what it means if you actually violate sunshine law. I want our volunteers to be protected.
Yes.
And you're protected by knowledge. So this is not somebody's doing something wrong, we're slapping someone on the wrist.
Yeah.
This is us trying to help those that are volunteering to help us.
Yep.
And by proxy, helping the residents of the county. So it's not if somebody's done something wrong or we're trying to straighten somebody out. It would be completely different than this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I do like that it needs to be specific for what they're doing, because there are volunteer boards. They don't have to listen to all this stuff about giving and receiving gifts. They're not gonna, you know what I mean? I don't think that'll apply, is what I'm saying, so. But just to make the public aware, that's, because I have asked you about this repeatedly for months. We've talked about this, but anyway.
I told you guys
I
I'd be
digress.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yes,
to
sir.
reinforce what he's saying for the public, this is I mean, we ask people to be involved. This is for your protection. That way you don't inadvertently get yourself in a position to where you can be criminally charged for something, for basically volunteering for your community. So don't take it as don't be scared of it. We want you to continue to volunteer and be a part of these boards, but also we want you to make sure you're safe as far as criminally whatnot. Just layman's term one time.
All right, so, any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 4, Commissioners, a few months back, Chairman Jones mentioned that the East Point Water and Sewer District was working with a developer to create a public-private workforce affordable housing project partnership. Since this proposed project will be in unincorporated Franklin County, Chairman Jones would like to update the board on this project and schedule a workshop with East Point Water and Sewer District representatives and the developer to talk to you guys about the project. The next available meeting date for a workshop will be on Tuesday, June 6th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay, so Mr. Morone, if there's any way we can have it in May, that's what both the representatives and the developer have asked if we can do. It'll probably have to be on a separate than our regular meeting day.
Yes, it'd have to be because
If that's possible, we can have that discussion in a minute, but I just want to make sure. So this is the thought and the reason why we're asking for this workshop. This board has not really been involved in this so far, but there is going to be an ask from the county, from this partnership we're trying to create. So I thought it'd be better to have a workshop setting where everybody's in the room, everybody can know, and everybody can be comfortable with what's going to take place. So we have 45 acres that East Point Water and Sewer owns. We're talking about using 38 of those acres to create at least 160 homes and 32 to 40 townhomes. We're initially talking about selling the homes, making the townhomes long-term rentals, month-to-month rentals. But we want to have the opportunity for any questions you have, and it's going to be workforce housing. We've talked about narrowing the scope down to healthcare, education, law enforcement, and government is what we've discussed. That's not set in stone, but again, that's a discussion we can have. I just want to make sure the board's aware of what's being asked. I know because I sit on that board, so I already know about a lot of this, but you guys need to know and need to, feel comfortable because there's going to be an ask from the county, so I want to make sure that you guys are aware of it.
Well, keeping in tradition with Tuesday's meetings, the 9th, of course, is next Tuesday. I don't know, you guys look at your schedule, and then there's the 23rd, the Tuesday after the 16th. So, I'm asking a lot right now, but maybe you guys could look at your schedules. You can approve the workshop today, contingent on everybody having picking a date that I could either do it on the 9th or the 23rd.
Yeah,
and
can
then
we just do the motion that way and then do whichever day works better? Is that possible, Attorney
Do
Schuler?
you have any conflicts with me, kind of open-ended
I
motion?
do have a conflict for May 9th.
Okay.
I've got.
Okay.
Okay, so the 23rd?
How about the 23rd?
Not that I know of, no, but I've got an all-day trial on the 10th, and my afternoon of the 9th or my day of the 9th is all tied up with that.
I can do better on the 23rd.
Yes.
Yeah, that's my better day.
Commissioner Ward?
I mean, I'll have to try to arrange some things around because I'm scheduled to work that day, but I mean, I'll try to see what I can do.
Is morning or afternoon better?
It
Either
won't
one
matter.
doesn't matter?
Yeah, that doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Let's just do it in the afternoon, though, if it's.
At 1:30?
Because that's what we've been doing the rest of that.
Yeah.
As far as the workshops.
Okay. So
Is
the
that okay
20,
with you, sir?
I'm flexible.
so you want us to do
No,
tentatively
go
the
ahead and do
23rd?
it, because
Okay.
if I can't be here, I can't be, I'd rather the majority be here.
And
be
at
present.
least you
If I-
can listen in.
Zoom in.
Yes,
That's right.
okay.
She
so,
does good at that.
So I'm gonna say May, we already,
23rd?
right, May 23rd?
Yep.
May 23rd, yeah.
At 1:30. That's, okay, that would be the motion, Mr. Chairman, if you could.
Okay.
So move.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Anderson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward, having this workshop to discuss this affordable housing project in East Point on Tuesday, May 23rd at 1:30 in the afternoon. Any more discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, next is 5. Okay, attached to my report, I think that I did, is a request from Big Bend Crime Stoppers to renew the letter of agreement, allowing them to act as the county's agent for the purpose of applying for and receiving monies from Crime Stoppers Trust Fund. Florida statute, Florida Administrative Code requires renewal of this agreement every 3 years. Also attached is the 2020 letter of agreement that was signed by Commissioner Lockley. He was the chairman at that time. I'd ask the board to authorize Attorney Schuler to review both the statute and the code to verify that there's been no substantial changes over the last 3 years as part of your motion. Because I don't know, and I would like to know, make sure there's nothing changed, before we issue that letter or that agreement.
Motion to approve contingent on Attorney Schuler's review.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
Okay, so from hearing, we talk about discussion items, and I'm just gonna go straight to Commissioner Amison. Commissioner Amison, I'm gonna share that one document you wanted me to as you talk about this whole thing with these rocks that everybody either got a picture of or got a call about, that was going in the bay, sir.
I didn't get no pictures.
You didn't get them?
No, I didn't get no pictures.
I'll show you. I'll show it to you.
Like before we do. Them rocks, they were huge.
I didn't get anything.
Right here.
They were boulders, they weren't rocks.
Where am I?
It's
Okay.
Did you say you were gonna put some on the screen, Mike?
Yes, sir. As we speak, it should be popping up.
Yeah.
That, Commissioner Amison, is what you needed?
Give me just a second, I'm trying to
Okay.
find it here too.
But still,
I will say, Mr. Chairman, while he's doing that, I was actually gonna bring this up too, so I'm glad that it's being brought up. I saw it on the agenda, I'm like, good, because I was gonna bring it up anyway, but I'll let Commissioner Amison.
Go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I can't find. Well, basically, just to give y'all, I'm pretty sure all of y'all got phone calls or pictures and all sent. Well, what it was is ABSI had put some 6 to 8 inch material out before as a foundation. I'm just giving y'all a quick history, didn't want to talk about this up here. And what they're trying to do is do a pilot study. We got a lot of material coming for FWC. They're trying to figure out what's going to work, what's not going to work the best. I mean, if you're going to spend a bunch of money on material, you want to make sure you're putting the right material there this time and in the right place. But to the immediate thing, the other day we had agreed at ABSI to have 6 to 8 inch material. Well, whenever I seen the picture, I made a phone call to an individual I seen in the picture, and I was like, is this FWC? Who's this putting this out? Because FWC is wanting to put some much bigger material out in a different area, which is still in negotiation. But anyway, he confirmed to me that it was ABSI, so then I reached back out to ABSI, and I was like, did I miss something? I thought we were supposed to, use 6 to 8 inch material. I was told then that they didn't have any 6 to 8 inch material. That's what showed up. And when they realized it was that big, they called. They said they couldn't get the 6 to 8 inch. So, we had a discussion back and forth, and what they did was they went back, found some 4 to 6 inch. 2 to 4 in the past has been too small because Congress has taking it away. So they went back, they got some 4 to 6 inch material. To my knowledge, Mr. Butler picked that up, brought the 4 to 6 inch material back in. Now, with that being said, that bigger material is not, that's not what they're planting or to grow oysters on. That's a foundation. They want to get that water, the oysters up into the water column, because the research they've showed has showed that due to, excuse me, let me get rid of that, but due to deterioration of the bars and whatnot, that the oysters aren't growing down flat, so they're having to get that back up. They're getting it back up. They're going to put 13 inches of this material down, and they're going to go in with a 3 inch topping, so to speak. Now they're going to use different material on those toppings. They got lime rock concrete, lime rock with shell, concrete with shell. You can see on the diagram up there. And also keep in mind, this isn't a complete restoration project. This is just a pilot study. This is a very small area
that they're trying to get this research back or this data back. So when FWC comes in to do the big restoration, that they have the right information and the right material. You know, I'm not a fan of the bigger stuff. I made that clear, and with all respect, they wasn't expecting that bigger material to show up. Once they got the material, they had Timmy out there trying to break it with the excavator and bring it back down to, you know, a little more. But long story short, it's corrected. They went with a little bit smaller material. Hopefully this does not get flushed away and they can get that, you know, that stuff on there where we can get this data back and then, you know, provide that with FWC. And I will say this, you know, hopefully the concrete works the best, because that's the biggest bang for our buck. We can get concrete very cheap, you know, just for an easy number. If you got $10 million to spend on something, and I'm not saying that's the amount of money, but if you got $10 million to spend on material to put out there, and you can only get, say, 20,000 tons of the Kentucky Blue or whatever, and then you can get unlimited amounts of concrete, I mean, you're gonna cover much more in the restoration project. That's a much cheaper material, and hopefully the concrete will perform the best, and that way, moving forward, FWC will put that out. But they don't know until we get these pilot studies done, or until they get these I say we, but until they get those pilot studies done, get that information back, and provide FWC with that information. Again, this is not a restoration project. This is a pilot study. It's a small area, as indicated on the map. But, you know, the restoration's not coming until FWC gets the material, gets prepped and gets ready. These studies right here are to provide them with information. Now I know there's other groups that's doing studies as well, and FWC's collectively taking all this information into consideration before they spend a bunch of money on certain material. So I guess to let everybody know, this isn't a restoration. I mean, a lot of people were under that impression because, you know, just not knowing. There's no one at fault. It was just the fact that, you know, you see those big pictures, or pictures of those big rocks, and everybody kind of went into shock thinking that this was what the bay bottom was going to look like from here on out, but that's not the case.
Well, there's a lot of moving parts in what's going on. You know, it's easy for people to get confused about what's what, because at the end of the day, and it's nothing to apologize for, you know, it's just a misunderstanding, but people see what people see, you know what I mean? So they draw assumptions from it, and that's just.
I'm guilty of that as well. I mean, we're all human.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, at first, when I first saw it, I was like,
oh.
You know, and then that's why I called, because whenever I seen the size of the material and some people that was in the photo, I immediately thought that was FWC, and I was like, wow, when did this happen? Because FWC was talking about putting bigger material out, right, in deeper waters. But that's not the case. This is just part of the pilot study that ABSI is conducting to give FWC information.
And can I ask where, now, I want to make sure that the public on that, where is the study being done at? I know where it's at, but.
Cat Point.
It's right off Cat Point.
It's right off.
Cat Point, that's what I want to make sure.
And they're what, like 50 by 26 foot? Is that what it is?
Yeah, they're
small areas.
Yeah, they're small.
Yeah.
Well, and I think one of the things that the people are concerned about, if y'all know why they're concerned. We old timers, is what we call old timers here. We know Cat Point's the most vibrant bar that we've ever had, just about it, and the people are real protective over that.
I understand,
area.
but that goes back to getting some material out there. We got to, you know, Cat Point's not going to do anything, or Dry Bar, or any of them for that matter, until we get some material on those bars.
And get the right
And
material.
as I'm getting in here and getting involved, and y'all know, you know me, what comes up comes out, and I don't bite my tongue in these meetings. But I am also one that'll tell you whenever I'm starting to learn something. And what a lot of people don't understand is FWC is not going to get this federal money unless they have a certain amount of scientific data. You know, and that's just the bottom line. The federal government's not going to dole out millions of dollars on good old local knowledge. They gotta have a certain amount of data, scientific data, to approve these grants and this money. You know, I encourage people with knowledge to reach out and try to get involved in a what's the word I'm looking for?
Confrontational?
Yeah, to be non-confrontational and just, you know, and there are ears, there are people that are listening, there are people that are sitting on these boards now that are active, that will, you know, reiterate what information you're putting out there. I had a gentleman tell me a quick story the other day, and we were discussing the Bay, and he said, you know, whenever he had bought a house here locally in the historic district, he had hired when he bought it from the former owners, he kept the same guy doing landscaping. Well, he obviously wanted to get some shrubbery done, and the old gentleman told him, he said, after it got planted, he said, what do you think about that? He said, well, did they put any lime in the yard? And he said, no. He said, it ain't gonna grow. Now, this is an older guy here, local. I'm not gonna throw names out there, but you know, this gentleman went back and said, well, my gardener says it ain't gonna grow because he didn't put lime down. Oh, it will. Well, guess what? They had to go back and redo all the shrubs, and they did a pH test, and it needed lime. And this old gentleman here, he's not a professor, he's not a scientist. He's just lived here his whole life, and this is what he does. Same thing with the oystermen, but I just encourage more oystermen or former oystermen to come out and again, non-confrontationally, and be a part of it. Get involved, say stuff, you know, I mean, don't sit on the sideline and I mean, get involved with it. But anyway, that's all it is. We're not getting a bunch of boulders thrown all in the bay. This is pilot studies, and without that information, we don't know what the best bang for the buck is at this point. As far as, and when I say we again, I'm talking about collectively, us as a community or whatnot. But anyway, that's it.
Sounds good. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Well, you know, because here's the thing, you have to also recognize and understand, be willing to maintain yourself as part of the conversation. Because, yeah, anybody can say something one time, and a lot of times when we do that, I know that when I do it in my life, a lot of times if I just say something one time, I'm usually mad when I do it. So that doesn't go very far. But, you know, state what you want to state, even those that want to be involved, like others that maybe haven't been involved in the conversation yet. Say what you need to say, but understand that, you know, it doesn't, you need to stay engaged in the conversation. Don't say what you need to say and then walk away, because then people are like, well, there wasn't nothing to that because they said it one time, but they haven't repeated it. I mean, that's part of the process. So you have to stay engaged, not just one-time engagement.
Chairman, if you will, I mean, I understand our local people. We all do. I mean, and I've tried to explain this to on the other side of things. You know, you have people that have worked on this water, families that worked on this water. There's a lot of emotion involved. You know, sometimes there's language barriers. Well, no, sometimes, there's a lot of times, there's language barriers with respect to, you know, individuals that's with, say, Florida State or with the, you know, they're looking at it from a professional science part. This side is looking at it from an emotional part. Some language gets tossed around, gets is perceived the wrong way, and then you have a barrier. But it's really just a communication thing sometimes, and I'm trying my best to get out ahead of it and provide as many people about these details.
Yeah, well, it does. You know, give an example, and then we'll move on to the next discussion. So when I was talking to one of our legislators several months back, they were going out with FWC to look at the bay, and he was like, you know, do you have any advice? So I'm like, man, I sure do. You know what I mean? I said, I really do. And he said, okay, what is it? I said, okay, so if you're going to be east of the $2 bridge, of the Island Bridge, and you're going to, they're going to be tongue and oysters. I said, what you need to know is that your boat needs to be laying where you can look over your left shoulder to East Point or your right shoulder to the island. So you're laying east and west. Because if there's any oysters there, you're about to catch them. Now, if you're looking at either one of the two, you can tongue all day and you might get oysters and you might not. I said, now that doesn't sound scientific, but I promise you it's true. That's just the way it is with the industry. And he said, thank you for that. You know, I don't know if it helped their discussion, but that's what I'm saying. It was actively involved. I didn't have a complaint for the, you know what I mean? It was, will this actually make a difference, whether you see oysters put on the boat or not? So those kinds of discussions we need. All right, sir. Up to me next.
Your turn.
Triumph.
Yep.
So we had a pretty lengthy discussion with Triumph. I would like to say it was well attended. We had myself and Mr. Malone and Ms. Griffith. We had Mayor Ash and Mr. Wade from the city, and Mayor La Paz and Ms. Courtney from the city of Carabel. We're all talking with Triumph about what kind of, so we know what hasn't worked. We were trying to get them to give us answers to the quiz. Okay, what will work? Does it look like Triumph might fund that we can come up with from the cities, the county, or collaboration of all of us? Because again, and they reinforced in the meeting, they want jobs with their money. I will say a couple of good things come about. But Mr. Brown, between you and Ms. Griffith, what was the actual device they were talking about the airport, our airport was needing?
Yep, let me do a quick search in my email, because I did forward it on.
Okay, well, while you're looking, so they talked about a device that we could add to our airport over here that would help us in discussions with Tyndall about any uses they might have for our airport, whether it be, you know, stop and refuel during exercises they're doing, or any other things, and or any other things they're doing. They also talked to us about getting us some contacts with, what was the name of that office at Tyndall? Was it contracts or what?
The contract.
Yeah, contract.
Yeah, the contract office.
Yeah, for some of the discussion about just anything that they might could use the airport for, with the way things are going more to drones and different things. So the big takeaway for us though was they were really excited about the airports for both the city and for the county, city of Carabel. And they talked to the city of Appalachia more about their waterfront area.
It was IFR.
IFR.
We have infrared flight regulation equipment.
Okay.
Ted, did you hear that?
Mr. Ted, can you come up so you can be part of the discussion, please? Because you might know more about this than all of us do put together.
Infrared flight, sorry, what was it?
Actually, the Triumph Board had asked us about something called infrared flight regulation equipment, and that was something that they thought may help make the airport more valuable to Tyndall in their contracts office.
Yeah.
But one thing to note on that is you may have some citizens out there that do not like the increase in military operations, so there would be a handoff, but that's just something to think about.
Right. Do you know, what is infrared flight record? Do you know?
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine. It's wasn't trying to, I just knew you had a chance of knowing way more than we did, sir. That's why I was asking. It's all good.
Collectively.
Yes, collectively. It's all good. It's not a gotcha in any way. So there was discussions about that. Now, the other thing we did have that I thought was really good, because there are a number of things being discussed right now in legislative session. So we had talked with them and agreed at the end of the meeting that we will be scheduling another meeting, just like this one, after legislative session's over with. So kind of like the dust clears, the legislators have done what they've done with funding and our different legislation or laws that might be taking place that might affect some of what we're trying to do.
You want me to jump in on
Yes,
that?
fine.
Remember they mentioned about all this funds now for rural airports?
Yes, they did.
And they did tell us, they wouldn't tell us which airport it was for. It wasn't us, but they say
Yes.
we could benefit from
Yes.
whatever new legislation that they were
Yes.
setting aside a bunch of funding for.
Yes.
But we will discuss that at the
Right.
follow-up meeting.
Right, because that was actually, it was a Senate bill, wasn't it?
Yes,
An
it
SB?
was. I think it was.
1250?
I'm not that
Something like
good.
that, anyways. But yeah, they talked about giving specifically funding for rural airports, for infrastructure. And there's also, in between this meeting, there was also something that come from USDOT. There's a fund, and I don't know that we would qualify for it as far as the turnaround time, but they're gonna open between now and, I think, August, $1.5 billion for airports for upgrades to rural airports as well through DOT. And I think it was actually FAA funded when I looked at the chart, but they're doing it through DOT. So anyway, just a lot of positive discussions, most of them for the county centered around the airport. And I do appreciate and understand what Mr. Moore was saying and Ms. Griffin. There are residents, you know, that live out there. So, you know, if and when we choose to do more activity, we might need to be proactive and try to make sure we're making sure the residents are comfortable with it. Is there anything we can do to improve everything so we can kind of do both? Can we or can't we? I mean, we need to answer those questions, so.
If you want to, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I got a quick question for, Aaron. Can you give me that acronym again with the infrared, please?
IFR.
IFR?
Yep.
And that's infrared?
Flight recording.
Infrared flight regulation.
Regulation.
Yeah.
Equipment.
I'm gonna go out here on a limb right quick, but most likely what that is for night ops. So they can, you know, the military does night ops with all night vision, night goggles, nods. But I've got a gentleman I can go and find out exactly what that is all about, and I'll get back with you on that.
Okay.
Just so I can make sure I'm right before I say something.
Oh, it's all good.
That I'm not right about.
If you, Mr. Chairman, if we also was going to touch on what I said earlier about the FBO.
Yes.
And that, you know, they spoke highly of the FBO, and they kind of informed us that one of the managing owners serves on a couple FAA boards that we were not aware
Yes.
of.
Yes.
But as we got out of that meeting, Chairman, they called, you know, we called Andrew, and Aaron, I don't know if you want to bring us up to speed on, within 48 hours, Andrew had a project that you sent to Corey.
Yeah, he actually may be interested in doing some sort of, you know, flight training school.
Yep.
You know, where there would actually be, you know, certifications that came out of it. So,
Right.
you know, that was a positive development.
Right. And that's something we're looking at taking back to Triumph to fund, correct?
And just so that Mr. Chairman, the board's aware, I know we keep mentioning Andrew. For the public to be aware, Andrew is the Centric owner.
Yep.
Which is our FBO.
Yeah, one of the owners.
Yeah,
Yep.
one of the
Yeah.
owners.
Yeah, Centric and Tata.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt, but he's looking at he's looking at tapping Triumph to get a flight school started. out
Yes.
there? For Centric, is that?
At the airport,
Okay.
yes.
And I don't know if it's going to be appropriate, but we did also have a discussion that same day about when we get a little bit further down the road at the airport, we can't do it all at one time, about actually having an MRO at the airport as well.
I'm sorry, what?
MRO, mechanic and repair operations
Okay.
outfit, not just you know, the FBO, but also the MRO. As you start to get close to, if you are able to do something like a flight school, you probably will need to have something where you can work on the planes as well, so. But that's another discussion we had with the tribe board.
And
Something they said they'd like to see
yes.
from the airport.
And just for information purposes, Commissioners, they did mention that the city of Carabel should look at their airport for more funding projects, but the city of Appalachia should look towards the old, what's the building down there? I'm sorry. The Harbor Master House,
Oh,
yes,
Harbor
and that
Master.
whole area to develop their sort of certification school for boat mechanics and for captains and stuff like that. So that's where they say the city of Appalachia should turn to for funding.
Down in the mill pond?
Yep.
Down in the mill pond, yes, sir.
We've got a lot of opportunities here.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we
We
just,
just
we
need to capitalize on them.
just know where to look.
Find out what can pay for what.
Yeah, we just need to capitalize on them. Was there anything else in that meeting? I'm trying to think real hard, because we talked for about an hour and a half.
At least.
We discussed for quite a while.
We also talked about the radio stations for
Oh!
for EMS.
Yes, so we're
Yeah,
gonna
for
try and
emergency
mimic,
response.
we're
Yeah.
gonna try and mimic what Wakulla County got approved. It took them a few years, I didn't realize it took them that long. We're gonna kind of on the tail end, get with Wakulla County to see if we can get our own radio system for everybody.
For
Fire
the entire
department,
county.
sheriff's department, EMS, everybody will be on the same radio
Volunteer
system,
fire
just like
departments.
Wakulla.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make sure. You remember back a few years back when we came and everybody was selling us the 800 megahertz?
Mhm.
Remember that?
Mhm.
and it wasn't the cure-all for all of our facilities.
And now it's outdated, believe that. It's
Now
almost
that-
outdated now.
What, almost?
Yeah, this
Yeah, but we need, we're,
unbelievable.
because of one of the reasons our county being so long and large, that we need that kind of communication. And they have a bad communication problem down in the eastern part of the county.
Yeah, they do.
From Carabel East, it's bad.
Well, that Triumph funded for Wakulla was a comprehensive radio system for everything in their county, from the county to the sheriff's office to EMS,
Good.
which their EMS and fire department are all the same.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're the same people.
And I think they could hop in FWC's, communicate with FWC and a couple other state
Yes.
agencies.
Oh, yeah.
It would be
everything.
comprehensive, yes, sir.
I know, I think, at one time, I don't know what they are on now, but forestry, you know, because of the firefighting, you know, the wildland fires and all, they were still on VHS.
Wow.
That's way back.
And the other thing that they did mention at that meeting, the last thing, and Ms. Aaron's already touched on it this morning. So we went through what we went through to try to get a good bid on the fuel farm, and it was about half. What they had approved was about half of what the actual bid was. They've asked us to resubmit that paperwork. They're meeting again this week, but they're gonna fund the whole amount.
Yep.
Which is almost double what the original, amount was, so.
And that was also one reason why we delayed the bid opening for the HMGP project with the generators, because the airport fuel farm did include a generator as part of that bid. However, it would be better to actually package it together, because then the fuel supplier is also providing the generator. So all of the components are guaranteed to work by running it through the Triumph program instead of that HMGP program. But we will be issuing another addendum, formally pulling that site out of the generators bid.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I don't know if this is unorthodox, but Mr. Ted, I got a quick question. When she said generator,
Yes, sir.
my light bulb flickered. Do we have something running out there continuous at the airport, a generator at this time?
No, sir.
Okay.
We have one at the, that does the runway lights.
I'm sorry?
The runway lights, the lighting system.
Does it create a loud noise?
Oh, no. It only runs in an emergency.
Got a little email.
The only thing is running quite a bit out there at the moment are our contractors doing the apron rehabilitation.
Yeah, but they're not doing that at nighttime, though.
No.
I'm just trying to get some information so I can answer someone.
No, sir. Speaking of the generators, I've entertained several contractors in the last few weeks on this fuel farm, but this is being funded by the emergency management people.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ted.
Yeah, Ted, the runway lights, the replacement generator for that will still be included as part of the HMGP program. It's just that the Triumph fuel farm component coming out. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm done with Triumph, sir.
Done?
Yep.
No, you're not.
Let's go.
No,
Oh,
the
I've said all I've got to say. Let me say it that way.
All right. Commissioner Ward, it's your turn.
So, as people remember the last meeting, Mr. Morone and I met with the Senior Citizen Center over in Carabel, because we pulled their funding secondary to them not being able to help our citizens, or what we assumed they weren't going to be able to, and now they've changed their tune. So, and to me, to wrap my head around how all this works, I had to make some phone calls and do some research. I asked Aaron. So basically what happens is the county gives an allocation to AAA, which is the Area for Agency on Aging, and they disperse these funds accordingly, how they seem fit, to certain entities such as ECCC, Liberty County on Aging, and the Senior Citizen Center, to do things for our seniors in our county. So we give them the allocation. AAA does the dispensing of the funds to each entity. We pulled their funding because when they closed the garden center, which was called a congregate center, just giving a background, they basically, we approached these individuals in Carabel to see if we could have these people go there for the congregate center, and we're told basically no. We asked for a meeting, they didn't want it. They sent us this letter on January 25th saying why they couldn't do that. Again, we pulled their funding, they wanted a meeting, and now they're changing their tune a little bit. So basically, in the letter, it stated that they have no space for these people to come without canceling ongoing programs. And I specifically asked that question, and now they said they've got some room. So basically what I've done, and I'll get with you after me because I did get with Miss Bretz, I instructed Miss Bretz, you know, she's the one that's going to be talking to these guys about what money's going to go to what. And she's going to be the one to discern, is this going to be feasible for that? My thing was, I want people to be able to go to a place to congregate, which is what they were doing before, because it's not just about food or meals or going into the homes. It's about them getting together and have social activity that they may not normally get. So these individuals said that they more than likely can accommodate that now. So it's just a matter of trying to get everybody together with Ms. Bretz and doing that. So she's probably going to be contacting you for a workshop.
Okay.
She gave me some dates to potentially, so that way she can get with the community can come, we can all sit down, more than one commissioner, we'll have to advertise it so more than one commissioner can come, to where we can all sit down and hash all this out. So we'll see what happens with that, but my biggest thing was to have somebody be, and I don't want, and as I explained, I don't want these people, they don't want to have to come to Apalachicola to get their meals. They don't want to have to do that. They have transportation issues already. We need to make a way where everybody can have what they need to facilitate to benefit our senior citizens in our community. So however that happens, that's all I want. Whether, you know, obviously AAA is going to have to deal with all that, but we just are here to make sure that it happens, and it happens the way it's supposed to. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
Commissioner Sanders, you want to give it a little history on the?
Oh, you want a little history now?
No?
Nah.
Okay, you let it slide this time?
Well, I think you're on the right road. You know, it's a sad situation when you have to do or threaten to take money from an organization that does not need their money taken away from them because they are not providing services as they should. But that sometimes is the only way that you can get some things done. And I'm glad to hear that, Commissioner Ward. That makes my heart happy. You know, if they would have not refused to meet with Commissioner Ward to start with, this wouldn't have happened, and we would have been already taking care of the business. But thank you, Commissioner Ward, for looking out for our seniors as they care about.
And Commissioner Sanders, to add to that, I did bring it up, and Mr. Morone is my witness. That was one of the first things I said. Had you met us in January, when you sent us this letter, we wouldn't be in this position right now.
That's right.
That we wouldn't be dealing with this. So I tried to be judicious, but I was also, I think, firm. And Mr. Morone can elaborate if he wants, but.
Attorney Schuler, imagine me being the calming voice in the room. Scary, isn't it?
I want what's right. I'm gonna fight what's right for our community, period, plain and simple. And I feel like there were some issues, and again, like I said, I'm gonna fight for what I think is right. Right is wrong, wrong, and I'll leave it at that. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask a couple of questions if I can. We haven't given this funding anywhere else after we pulled it, have we?
If we've given it anywhere else,
Right.
what the board basically directed me to inform Ms. Bretz is that all the funding we have was going to be basically tunneled to ECCC because they were the only ones
Right.
trying to provide the service at the time.
Right.
So we really needed those Carabel senior citizens to be taken care of.
Right.
So it's I mean, I know everybody's saying about pulling the funding. We kind of reallocated the funds, is what we actually did. Yes, sir.
But we've already reallocated them. Do we need to do something on that end?
I would wait until, my recommendation is to wait until Ms. Bretz comes back to
Okay.
you and she
Okay.
works out a plan that she approves with the Senior Citizen Center, and then she brings it to you for your approval. Then you could decide how you want to reallocate.
Well,
My recommendation, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman.
I'll just tell you, I got a telephone call that afternoon, and they said, we had the lady commissioner come over. Now, I guess they don't know that I'm a lady too, but they said, we had a lady commissioner come over. I said, oh, yeah. said, she put it to us pretty good. I said, well, let me let you know this. She represents the board on this,
Yep.
this position. And they said, yeah, I said, the board supports her on it.
I appreciate that. And Mr. Chairman, just one more thing. Just say everybody knows, it was a miscommunication. That's what they had stated, the people that we met with. That was never their intent to say that they couldn't help. It was never their intent for the letter to come across the way it did. So I just want to let the public know that as well. It was just a big miscommunication and misinterpretation on their end.
Well, texts and emails can be misinterpreted.
Yes, it can.
Because sometimes we read them the way we read them, you know what I
Yes.
mean? The only other thing I will say, and this is my position, maybe not the position of the board, I'm good with this being resolved, and this is not intended at anyone, this is not a shot at anybody. Let me tell you something. I've been places in my life where I was at a place, but you didn't feel welcome at that place.
Mm-hmm.
So it's more than just having a place open to them. I don't want to be getting any calls, emails, texts, whatever, a year or two down the road saying, well, you know, we quit going there because we don't feel welcome there. So it's more than just being open.
Yes.
It's being there for the residents. So and again, that's not a shot at anybody, but I want to make sure that that's the way we're going.
Well, that's it for me, Commissioners. The next thing is we meet again on the
No, you
16th.
got something else? We amended the agenda for it, sir.
We did
Yep.
we? What did we?
Letters of support.
Oh,
So-
so yeah, I think Commissioner Ward has some stuff to tag on to the end of
Okay.
for my report too,
Okay,
so yes.
so it looks like what's in what the House and the Senate agreed on is $450,000 for a fire truck for Lanark Village, St. James. And for our ask for the EOC was actually $1.5 million, because we have other funding we're gonna try to tag with it. The Senate offered $3 million, and the final product of what was put in the budget, waiting for the governor to sign, was $2.6 million. So between the two, we're looking a little bit over $3 million. I would like for this board to consider us doing a letter of support to the governor so that he would sign it and keep it there and not veto it out. The money for the Lanark fire truck, the money for our EOC, and we can, you know, I'm sure our consultant can help us with some of the language, and are asking, since we already got federal money for the EOC, asking of Representative Dunn's office for a letter of support to the governor for the funding for the EOC, because we did receive $1 million through the federal government for this project. And in addition to that, and if we can do it all in one motion, I'm fine with it. I talked with Travis Wade, city manager for City of Appalachia. There also, it's in the budget now, waiting for the governor to sign. They're talking about a recurring funding for preserving our bay for the City of Appalachia for their water and sewer and different needs they have. About us also giving a letter of support for them to the governor's office to not veto it or take it out. If the board is good with doing those things, I think it would be prudent. It might help us make it past the governor's pen.
Mr. Chairman, do we have to, can we do it in one motion, or we have to do each letter separately?
It can be done in one motion, I think.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we contact the city of Carabel and make sure that if we're doing a letter, that we make sure that
They
the
didn't get any
governor-
funding?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that they continue their funding to the Carabel area too.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
No problem at all.
Amend the motion in the second.
I'll amend my motion to reflect Commissioner Sanders' recommendation.
So,
He amends his second. All right, any other discussion? I will say this, without belaboring us, just knowing that we have a possibility of turning $72,000 into $3 million is a really big deal.
Huge deal.
It's a really big deal. And, you know, we'll see how it goes, but thank you, Commissioners, for everything you have done.
If they say the governor continues it.
Yes, but we made it to that step though, so that's a good thing. It's further than we made it in the last recent years.
Heck yeah.
So, but thank y'all for everything. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That's unanimous. Okay, sir, I'm done.
I've got a few items, and of course, we're not making motions on these or anything, but I just want to bring it up. Again, something that can't happen now, but look into the future. We're talking about our seniors, now we need to talk about our youth. Our youth is up and coming. We have a lot of talent in our community, and I know that Aaron and county staff has worked diligently to get Vrooman Park up to in a lot better shape than what it is, but we've got 50 acres of land that's county owned of Highway 65.
55?
55, minus some wetlands. maybe.
Yes, ma'am.
But I would like to see, and I know it's probably not gonna be in my time here on this board, but our future, maybe a big park. We have a lot of people that do travel ball. We have a lot of tourists and a lot of people, tourists, quote unquote, that come here to have their children play in travel ball. So I would like to see potentially in the future a big some kind of park complex with multiple ball fields, baseball, softball fields, football fields, soccer fields, batting cages, pool, maybe splash pad, basketball courts, pickleball courts. A whole one facility where we're not everybody's not having to go to not to take away from our other areas, but one centralized area where we can have these big big events. Because that's one of the things, you got one park has more things than the other, and Kendrick Park probably is the newest out of all of them. But, where we don't have drainage issues, we don't have any of these issues that come forth. I know that Mr. Davis a while back was talking about there was a competition between the softball and the soccer fields of who gets what field. They were trying to figure out a way where the soccer team could go practice soccer, but then the softball people were also wanting that same field to practice. So we need something bigger and better. We can use TDC funds if we can. I think we have to get to that 5th cent. But I've done research on all that. I actually talked about this a while back. But there's certain things that we have to do. If we do the whole tourist thing, it could be TDC funds can help pay for this. We just have to get to that 5th cent on the tax. In addition to, I think. We have to promote it as tourism because it will be if people are traveling from, people travel miles around to go to a travel ball tournament. So we'll be attracting people for that too. So that's just a thought. And then another thing is, I talked about this before about potentially, I don't want to take away a shooting range from our people, but I get complaints a lot about that shooting range being behind the Humane Society. I know I've spent many hours looking at past meeting minutes of the discussion that this board has had in terms of that. I know there was a time where we looked at going up, FDBC doing one up 65. I've tried to contact the sheriff, a while back there was a plan at the sheriff's office that some individual drew up. I've tried to contact him by email, phone. He has not returned my phone calls. I've contacted his staff. So I'm tired of trying to get in contact with him. So we need to figure out something, maybe we can potentially get that moved. And then the East Point, in East Point, I don't know if the chairman's had any complaints, but that sign at 4th Street there in East Point that has East Point on it, I've got some concerns and complaints about people not being able to visualize the traffic trying to pull out from 4th Street onto 98. If you're an SUV or a truck, that sign kind of blocks your view if you're trying to make a left-hand turn. I don't know if that's our sign or if that's somebody else put that sign there, some group or association. But I would like to find out if anybody can help me, or if anybody knows that's listening to this meeting can kind of direct me in who to contact about possibly moving it. I don't want it taken away. I want people to know they're in East Point, but it needs to be either maybe heightened, lowered, or moved to where people can visualize traffic trying to pull out onto 98.
So I think that was actually done with TDC funds.
Was it?
Years ago, the county did it, placed it there. I do know, I don't know what they've been waiting on because it was approved 6 months ago. The beautification project that's being done by the East Point Civic Association is going to have installation of signs, among other things. And I've already looked at the design for the new sign, so it's going to be the same kind of sign, but it's a lower profile, and it doesn't have as much going on it. You know what I mean? So that, I mean, I don't know why they are delaying doing it. The money's already come from FDOT, because the county had to apply for it on their behalf. So I don't know why they haven't placed it, but no, I've had the same conversation. The problem is, it's good, and it was good for when it was there, but the one that was there is basically a full sheet of plywood. I mean, so it is high, and it does block the view. And, you know, if there's not much traffic, it doesn't matter, but now it's not that way, not with the county school being, you know, going to the east. There's traffic there, and it's just hard to see back to the west and be able to clear it.
Well,
But that should be addressed when they do that.
Okay, I'll get with, I guess, Rex,
Mhm.
maybe, I'll get with Rex. But to add to Commissioner Sanders' comment earlier, you know, it's the unforgotten coast now, and I know, me personally, I'm trying to pull out on 98, and it's, especially on Saturday, just cars and cars and cars and cars. So I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs, I could probably have a whole dinner eating in my car, they were trying to wait for, pull out in the traffic. I'm not saying that as a bad thing, but we definitely, like you said, it probably wasn't as big of an issue then as it is now. So, and then the ballpark's right there too, and, you know, again, people are trying to go to the firehouse or the Vrooman Park, and they can't see to pull out onto the road, so.
Well, I will
actually,
say,
park's down the
Commissioner, to
block.
add to some of the conversation you brought forward today, I'm not trying to do anything wrong, but I want to let the board know some of the conversations I've had. So I've already talked to some people that do logging for a living to see what it would take to clear that 55 acres. Because Eastport Water and Sewer is supposed to have to do the same thing with our 45. And they said that basically they could do it for the stumpage fee. Basically, it'd be close to a wash. It really wouldn't cost the county anything, and it wouldn't mess them up either. They'd actually make something out of it. So if you let them take the wood that they're taking down, they're taking it away, they'd actually make money off the wood. So it'd actually be enough area between the two to be able to pay for them to do it. So,
That's awesome.
you know, and it's all just a discussion here today. But there is a validity to, and this is another thing that Triumph brought up, because they mentioned it. You can say what you want to. Sports tourism is an economic driver.
Oh, yeah.
It is. There's other things that have to be in place, because right now, you don't want people coming here to do their tournaments, but staying in Wakulla or Gulf. You want them staying in Franklin County, you know what I mean? So it's not as simplistic as just build it and they'll come, but it is a good opportunity to actually turn that 55 acres or 50 acres, whatever it is, I was just picking at you, to something that can help drive our economy. You know, so that would be a good deal.
Well, to add to that, Mr. Chairman, I forgot about the 50 acres. Someone brought it to my attention, because I was looking at more towards 65, having some land given to us by the state, or given back to us by the state, but that's what I was looking at, but I forgot about the 50 acres. But there is actually in the Tourist Development Florida statute tax, it has a sports complex or sports facilities that can be paid for on there. Again, we're limited by that
Statute.
what we're trying to get legislated to pass now, the statute, we're limited by that, so. But these are just things I'd like to see.
Yeah,
And I'm sure I've echoed the board as well.
And we also, I will say, just so everybody else is aware, in some discussions we've had with Duke on their site selection stuff, they have also said that they might potentially be looking at that, just so the board is aware. Because they're gonna try to in the next, I don't know, whenever they can, I guess, but they're actively involved in trying to help us and develop industrial stuff by the airport. But if that doesn't work, that 50 acres was a backup plan for them, because it has been mentioned to them.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just so this board's aware, circling back around to Vrooman,
Mhm.
I got asked to help out with coaching out there with Dixie. Not one game the AA East Point team has got to play at home this year against us. Not
Because of
one game
water?
because of water.
Drainage, yeah.
Every game we had to reschedule in Apalachicola here, and it's an issue.
So that's gotten worse since Hurricane Michael did that, because it didn't used to be that bad.
I'm not sure because I hadn't been over there.
Yeah.
We didn't have to play over there.
Well, ain't nothing
But,
but swamp.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I just think that it's a shame because last night we hosted a makeup game that was supposed to be played in East Point, but due to the rains we got Saturday, we wound up playing here again. We didn't play them one time at home. And I mean, it's you know, it's Franklin County, but still, that's their home fields. And that's just something I wanted to let y'all be aware of, because obviously y'all don't, I haven't seen y'all out there.
Not lately, sir. It's been about a decade.
I
But will
go,
say
just
this.
not for games, though.
It has. I coached. So I actually was coaching Double A the last time I was there, and we didn't have any issues. If it rained that day, of course, we'd call the game off. But we never had issues with not being able to play games because, you know what I mean, just the field always being wet. We did not have that issue.
All joking aside, though, that I just thought about it earlier when you was mentioning that, and that is a fact, and I just, that's a shame, you know.
Well, Mr. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
But also, to circle back around again on the sports complex thing, with the travel ball, I did that. Whew, it's
a lot of money.
It's expensive.
You spend a lot of money.
You know, but you want to do what you can for your kids. But let me tell you something. With that being said, over the years back when we first started, when travel ball was first starting to really come in, getting popular, and you had these 2-3 day tournaments. Now, the 1 day tournaments are really taking off. So when you think about it, you don't really need the accommodations here, because you could, you know, if let's just say we had this Magic Wand, we had this great sports complex right there that was huge, that could facilitate this, you would, I mean, you could generate some revenue. The local restaurants, everything like that could generate a lot of revenue, because those 1 day tournaments are starting to become the standard with travel ball, because of the fact that, you know, it's just hard to go every other weekend and get a hotel room for 2 or 3 days and stuff. But
And Mr. Chairman,
just some knowledge. That's all that.
And you're right, they do this, and if they overnight thing, they're staying in the hotels or shop. But Mr. Chairman, just to say too, and this is one of the reasons why at the beginning of the meeting, I was gonna talk to Mr. Howard after the meeting, there's a big ditch that runs behind there. But I think it's on private property. And so I was gonna have, you know, thinking about maybe he could dig it out and clear the ditch or whatever for the water to flow better. But I've gotta, and that's why I've gotta call and ask him. I think it's on private property, and I know we're not allowed to put equipment on private property. And in addition to that, one of our Parks and Recs people that go out there and do the fields, he tracked the ditch and it goes nowhere. So you got a big ditch. So even if you say hypothetically the owner gives us permission to dig it, it's going nowhere. So there's ditch, there's no culvert, and so it just stops.
That's called a retention pond.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was a part of another creek that's been covered up over time.
I think it just stops. You know how some places have, and this is what, talking about stormwater drainage in our area, some places have culvert, some don't. It almost like it has ditch, culvert, clear, and then it stops because there's no culvert there.
The county did it because if they didn't do it, not trying to interrupt, it wouldn't have drained off on Freeman Field.
Yeah,
That's the reason why.
So it was done that way for drainage, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was for the drainage.
Okay.
Because they had a big problem out there.
Yeah.
That's what, can I interject?
Yes, you can.
There's still 45 acres out there at Kendrick Park to be thought of and decided on how we want to grow that.
Yep.
That's the vision that I had many years ago, and the board supported it, and it has been let go for a few years, and we need to get back to thinking, because like I said, there was 90 acres altogether, and we've only used about 30 to 40 acres of it. And the reason why I chose that site was because the elevation was in the 20 feet above sea level, and we graded it down to 19 feet to where it would percolate the fields and it would be ready to play on in 30 minutes after you have a rain. And so that's the reason. It's a lot of thought and thought process that went into it. But there's a lot of opportunities there to do things like bringing different tournaments and stuff in. that we need to be proactive again. And that's the reason why I agreed with your statement not too long ago, where you said, Commissioner Ward, that we need to look at maybe possibly a Parks and Recs director specifically for that. Because at one time we had people under the guise of the county commission that went out there and actively supported having
Yes.
tournaments and stuff.
State tournaments
And
and
they
all
were
kinds of stuff.
bringing like crazy people in here. We haven't had that. We need to get that back. That is what those fields and those things are built for. It's for our youth to enjoy. I mean, you look out there at Kendrick Park, the one thing that you got out there is you got a monument, a bronze monument, paid tribute to Buck O'Neill, a Hall of Famer that comes from the sandlots of Carabel, Florida. That's what it's about. And it's not about whether this one has a park or that one has a park. It's what makes that park. It's what it's all about. Every time I go out there, and I go out there quite often, and Mr. Amerson, you was not there when I was.
We wasn't scheduled that day.
But when I hear them kids playing over there on the playground, when I hear the crack of that bat, it just does nothing but thrill my soul. And that's the reason why we do need to invest in our youth and everything. But I just thought I'd say that I've already asked Miss Erin Griffith, when is our third act gonna be coming up? Because this park, Kendrick Park, was built with $1.5 million, and it cost the county zero. So, anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for
You're
letting me
welcome.
speak on that.
You're welcome. Is there anything else for you, Mr. Mill?
I hope not.
You hope not. All right, Attorney Silver?
All right, Commissioners, first two items on my report are not necessarily action items, but since they're discussion, and y'all may give me directions that are under the action item portion of my report. The first discussion item I want to have with you is to seek whether you have any further guidance or directions to me concerning the draft golf cart ordinance for Alligator Point. For example, have I got the correct geographic starting point at Pine Street and Alligator Drive? Coming all the way down Alligator Drive, making that curve back to the west and going all the way down to essentially the bird sanctuary just on the other side of the marina, to include all the subdivisions that tie into Alligator Drive, also to include Gulf Shore Boulevard. So do I have a correct geographic area that the board is intending to discuss? There was also some discussion about following the City of Carabel ordinance, and to a certain extent I did, and to another extent I did not, because the board's direction, and I heard pretty clearly from Commissioner Sanders, golf carts only. The City of Carabel sort of was a little more expansive than that. So this draft is limited only to golf carts. There was some discussion about potentially having some insurance requirements. There was some commentary, not from the board, but from the public. And insurance is available for golf carts. I don't necessarily support the idea that the homeowners have to have insurance for their golf carts, but the owners of the golf carts are able to obtain their own insurance if they want to. I did not include that in the draft because neither the golf cart ordinance on St. George Island or East Point require insurance, and I thought the board would prefer to have consistency throughout the county as opposed to having, insurance requirements in one area but not insurance requirements in the other. So that's just a general overview of the proposed draft of the Alligator Point golf cart ordinance that right now is scheduled for a public hearing on May 16th at I think it's 10 o'clock or either 10:10. So any directions or guidance to me on that draft ordinance?
I have something I want to ask.
Yes, sir.
Has there been or is there going to be any discussion with those that are going to be enforcing it, namely the Franklin County Sheriff's Office?
I have
as
not
far
had that.
as because we talked about a lot of things here now, so not so much number one, they have to be at least 16. I think that was what we had.
That's in the draft.
You know what I mean? But we're talking about making a longer area with a different speed limit. And there's only one entity in this county that enforces speed limits, and that's the sheriff's office.
I have not had that discussion with the
Okay.
sheriff's office. I did communicate with your engineering firm, Dewberry,
Right.
and spoke with their representative and explained what the board was considering at the May 16th meeting.
Right.
And for them to give me some guidance on the step down in the speed limits. And, you know, given the beginning point at Pine Street and Alligator Drive, on the point closest to US 98. I say it that way because Pine Drive actually, or Pine Street,
Yes.
has two connections to Alligator
does.
Drive. So I'm assuming it's the most northern point. That was my beginning point for the geographic area. But anyway, I've asked them for directions on the step down in the speed limit. Commissioner Sanders, I won't necessarily say corrected me, but she educated me on what the speed limit is presently. I thought it was 55. She corrected me, and it's actually 45 there.
45.
So it may shorten that step down in the speed limit somewhat.
Yeah.
I don't have those directions back from the engineering firm.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for bringing that part up, because that was one of my things. But it says here under, I don't know if it's, I don't know if it's in section 10, but number 10, under the operator qualification, no golf cart shall be operated upon the county roads, valley, or point Florida except by a person issued and possessing a valid driver's license. So that, and I sent Attorney Schuler this morning, apparently there is a legislature, it's on the governor's desk, passed the Senate for a Florida statute. You know, the current Florida statute states that the driver could be 14.
Correct.
But they're potentially going to change that to where the Florida statute states they have to be 16. But this, to me, is vague, and I know we can, as a county, make our own statute. We can supersede that, make it stricter or less strict. But I think that this needs to be specific to state valid driver's license 16 years or older, because what you have is you have people with a learner's permit that could say, hey, I'm 15, there may be some 14-year-olds with a learner's permit. I don't know how, from a different state, I don't know how that works, but I think that we may need to have that specific, and again, I'm just one person, and y'all might disagree, specific stating 16 years or older with a valid driver's license.
So you're stating instead of or, use the word and.
Yes, because if you just have it the way it is now, you could have a 15-year-old with a learner's permit that may not be as well versed in the traffic laws, and it's really a 16-year-old. Are they really well versed? I mean, I preferred 18 really, but fact remains, 16 is the valid driver's license age for the most part.
Correct.
I think that could be misconstrued, or in a court of law, it could be looked at that way if somebody tries to.
So add age 16 or older. Okay.
That would be my recommendation. I don't know what the rest of the
Well, that would be
feels.
consistent with the other two. My presumption was you can't get a valid driver, not a learner's permit, but a driver's license until you're 16. So that was my thinking, but it certainly never hurts to add some clarity to it, so I can do that. I've already made a note to do so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And, Mr. Schuler, would you contact the sheriff's office and have a discussion with them on this to where they know? Because basically, the sheriff did all he could do, and it was left up to the commissioners. It got back to the commissioners where we had to do something about it as far as, because it was our duty to do this, now it's gonna be his duty to carry out the enforcement of it.
I will do so.
So if you can do that, and make sure that Caleb calls me too.
Yes,
So,
ma'am.
That's Dewberry, so he'll know. But, yeah, I don't wanna see it be 35 miles an hour all the way out to Highway 98. They would be kinda mad, but there's gonna be people mad whether you do something or not. But I think this would be more uniform. And I like the time period that he's gonna do the public hearing on the 16th. And then after today, after we go ahead and say, yes, we approve this, however you got it written, then you can go ahead and pass it out to people, and then if they have any questions, they can call you or Michael Morone or myself with it, and then we'll have everything ironed out by the 16th of May and can move on with that public hearing. That's the way I feel about it.
Any other directions from the board?
Do you need us to do anything for that?
No, ma'am, I'm just looking for some feedback and guidance, so when we get to the public hearing, we've sort of ironed out some of these in advance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That way I can amend the ordinance and make sure that the final version is on file with the clerk prior to the public hearing, 10 days before the public hearing.
Mr. Stewart, before you proceed, please know that as soon as we get past this public hearing, we'll probably needing to hold another one for St. George Island on the same issue,
For
golf carts. But we'll discuss that at a later time.
It's something you may have brought up at a prior meeting, I
Yes.
believe. Yes, sir.
But I just didn't want to let it slip. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go to your next item.
The next draft ordinance I'm looking for some input from the board on is the draft ordinance prohibiting electric bicycles. The way I have drafted this is it would cover all of the unincorporated areas of Franklin County. And in the unincorporated areas, it would ban and prohibit electric bicycles on all public beaches, multi-use paths, sidewalks, bicycle paths, trail networks, public parks and recreation areas. The statute doesn't necessarily mention public parks and recreation areas, but it does, then the statute I'm referring to is the definition of e-bikes and the fact that the legislature has given to the county the ability to regulate e-bikes on public beaches, multi-use paths, sidewalks, bicycle paths, and trail networks. I think you also have it within your authority to regulate them in your public parks and recreation areas. But the board did not give me any real specific directions in regard to the geographic scope of the prohibitions. I wanted to just bring it up today so that when, again, the ad hits the paper on Thursday, I have a final draft that I can put on record with the clerk of the court 10 days in advance of the public hearing. So is the board okay with that wide of a geographic area being encompassed in the prohibition for electric bikes? Do you want to reduce it? I mean, does the board have any guidance for me and what your thoughts are?
I think it makes it easier to keep it like you got it, because if we start trying to reduce scope, we're going to wind up, and I don't mean this wrong, please don't take it wrong, we're going to wind up with the same thing we have kind of with the golf cart stuff. We have one ordinance for this area, one ordinance. This is just becoming an issue, and I think it's better to address it more wide range like you have it written up. Because again, we can't keep them off the roadways, but you don't need somebody zooming 30 miles an hour, 22, however fast they'll go, down a sidewalk where you might have pedestrians that don't see them coming. You know what I mean? Or a multi-use path, or, so I think I like the approach personally.
And Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I have to respectfully disagree with you on that one though, because, you know, bicycle paths, a lot of times people would, and I'm thinking of people with maybe some mobility issues, that might be their only way. I agree with the public beaches. We don't need electric bikes on the public beaches, but I understand that you can't dictate one or the other. But a bicycle path is for bicycles. I know e-bikes they may be considered different. And then the trail networks and such, that's the only problem I have with it. But again, I digress. I mean, I see that there might be an issue with trying to particularly point out just one area compared to the others, but that's just my thought.
Anyone else?
I just need to ask a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You got the e-bikes, which are electric, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's hard enough for me to ride a regular bicycle, I'm just gonna tell you the truth. But you got these, it's got the little motor on it that's gasoline powered too now.
Yeah.
So what?
Some people have modified bikes.
Well,
I've seen some of them.
Gas powered doesn't fall under
Commissioner, we already have an ordinance
It don't
that
fall under
prohibits
these things.
essentially
Isn't that something?
gasoline-powered vehicles off of your multi-use paths and your beaches and things of that nature. The issue here with the e-bike is even though it has a motor, the legislature by statute defined it as a regular bicycle.
Oh, they defined it that way?
Yeah.
Oh, then we're gonna have a hard time defining it any other way. Sorry, I misspoke. I did not know that.
Yeah, they defined the motorized electric bike as a bicycle, but then they went on in the statute and said that the board, they're not taking away the board's ability to regulate and basically prohibit e-bikes in the locations I've described to you.
And Mr. Chairman, not to reiterate what you're saying, I had discussions with Attorney Schuler in the past with this, and the reason why it hadn't been brought up before is because of that reason. Because and again, if you say are trying to enforce our our county ordinance, where there's no motorized vehicles on the beach, people could construe an e-bike as a motorized vehicle, but under Florida statute, it is regulated at the same as a regular bicycle, paddle powered bicycle. And in a court of law, say someone did go out, because I was getting a lot of complaints at McKissick Beach. Say they were somebody got called on an e-bike on McKissick Beach, and law enforcement went out and gave a ticket or a citation to that person. In a court of law, the judge would look at it and say, well, this is basically a moot point, because e-bike is a bicycle based under the current Florida statute and how it defines an e-bike. That's why I didn't approach this sooner.
Well, there's still a pretty good argument under the county ordinance, because it says motorized and other powered vehicle, but this is easier to just have clarity in the process. So.
Yeah.
To me, it's kind of dangerous
It is.
to use that.
It is. All right, so we're looking at having this public hearing also on May 16th.
That is also correct. Now, I will say that the board, when you get to a point where you're making a decision on the geographic scope, by having everything included, if you want to reduce that scope of the public hearing, you would be able to do that. But what you couldn't do is advertise a more narrow geographic scope, then get to the meeting and want to expand it, because then it hasn't been advertised. So at least this way it preserves the board's options. If your decision is to reduce the geographic scope on the 16th, you can.
Right.
And the other thing I would point out is one is the exception. If you'll look down on paragraph 5, since the various barrier islands, Dog Island, Little St. George, St. Vincent, don't have access, through a bridge or other vehicular access, I've just exempted them from the ordinances. We don't have any way to enforce it, so there's no sense in regulating it. But I just want to bring that to your attention for guidance.
Yeah.
And then on the penalties, I've left a blank there because I didn't want to have this discussion. There are a couple of options available to the board. You could, as a first violation, have a warning issued and then have a monetary penalty that steps up in cost of the violation for, say, the second and the third violation. So I didn't know if the board had any particular dollar amounts in mind, but I know in the past we've had complaints from the sheriff's department that one of our ordinances has like a $25 penalty, and they're saying that's really not much of a prohibition. So we respectfully, we may want to consider, maybe one warning, 2 warnings, and then a substantial monetary penalty, or 1 warning followed by a monetary penalty. It's entirely up to the board, but it could be a $100 penalty the first offense, $250 the second offense. Third offense, you may even, although I hate to go there, but if you got a chronic offender, then you may want to consider making it a second-degree misdemeanor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna, I think, as you mentioned earlier, for the golf cart ordinance, Chairman, I think maybe we should reach out to law enforcement as well, since they are the ones that's gonna be enforcing this as well, right?
Yeah. They will, yes, ma'am.
So I say we reach out to them too and ask them their opinion.
Okay.
Because you got to be stiff with a penalty. I'll be honest with you. If I know if I got to pay just $25 to, I'm not a lawbreaker by any means, but if I'm riding my e-bike on a multi-use path and the county ordinance says I can't, I get stopped. Sure, I'll give you that $25. Let me just go ahead and give you $100. I'm gonna be riding on this bike path for the next couple weeks or whatever. But I'm just hypothetically throwing that out there. But the more stiffer you are, the less likely they are to break the law, in my opinion.
Chop a toe off. We'll start with the little ones, work our way.
Start giving that fund to build a public park, a big old park. $25.
Okay, any further guidance for me on the proposed draft of the electric bike prohibition?
And I agree with you. I think we're better to keep it wide now and narrow it later if we could.
Okay. Item number 3 is an action item for the board to authorize the chairman to sign the contract with Coastal Dredging Company. This is for the expansion of the east and west ends of the East Point Channel that the board had approved. I believe the contract was approved, or the bid was approved back in November, and we got the contract ready to go in January, and then we had the whole discussion about what is and is not a dredge in 2 Mile. I think that's now been resolved with a real dredge in East Point. And so I'm now proposing for the board to authorize the chairman to sign the contract The contract value is $275,000 to be paid from TDC funds.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Under discussion, it really didn't have anything to do with this motion, so I'll be brief. I just want the board to know I will be reaching out to this contractor, the one that subcontracted to do the work, to make sure that they come back and take care of the area around the county boat ramp in East Point, because it presently is not very good, even though they've done dredging there. I just want to make the board aware of that while we're discussing that. It's a good thing. A lot of people have depth finders on their vehicle, on their boats, for different reasons, but it works out really good when you're trying to check and see what the depth is of the channel. It works out. So anyway, I just want y'all to be aware of that as your representative. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, the next item is, back on March the 7th of this year, the board approved a easement for a septic line across the county alley to a Mr. Gene Brown. We have the signed easement agreement from him. We need the chairman's authorization to sign on behalf of the county. We've done a few of these in the past, not a lot. What I did is I took this, one of our old easements out of the public records and just essentially created something that's substantially similar to that prior easement. So what I'm asking for today is for board approval for the chairman to sign the easement agreement attached to my report to the board today.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous.
And then the last item, commissioners, is board approval of the lease and authorization for the chairman to sign a 15-year lease agreement with the Lighthouse Association over on St. George Island. This lease has been negotiated for a little bit of time. We finally come to terms that I'm recommending that the board approve and that their attorney has recommended that the Lighthouse Association approves. Essentially, it is a perimeter around the lighthouse. It does not include the entire park. It does include a little wing, the little sidewalk area, the pavers that go off from the west of the lighthouse to the parking lot. There's also a license provision for some other areas for the brick pavers and the sprinkler system, where they're going to maintain under that license agreement the brick pavers and the sprinkler system. They'll provide insurance coverage for the county for those two areas. There's also a provision for lease payment, but it's de minimis. It's basically $1 a year for 15 years. It does have a 5-year renewal at the end of that 15-year period, but there is also, as we've done with our long-term leases at Chapman, there's a 6-month termination for convenience for both parties. So with that, unless the board has any questions for me, I'm requesting approval of the lease and authorization for the chairman to sign the lease.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Amison,
Second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate you.
And Commissioners, that concludes the action items on my report. Does the board have any questions for me?
I do not have a question, but sir, I will say that I'll probably get some stuff to you and to Mr. Morone to give to the rest of the commission. So we had a discussion a couple of meetings back about business registration in the county. That's going to be a little difficult, but there has been some discussion at the legislature this year about amending some laws, so we kind of need to see where that falls out, or some statutes. But the other side of that I mentioned that I think we can take action on is for registration purposes is with short-term vacation rentals. And it's not to try to, again, this is not a slap on the hand, nobody's really doing anything wrong per se, but the county needs to have a reasonable way to know, to be able to handle some of the issues it's being faced with, and currently we cannot without that kind of registration in place. So we can know if they're registered, that this house on XYZ lot accommodates 12, It's being advertised for 12, everything matches for 12. And at some point, if we ever want to, once code enforcement gets going, if we ever want to make sure, even if it's a bigger house, there needs to be, and it potentially needs to be discussed by us, especially with the C4 properties on the island, they can build either commercial or residential. We currently have a regulation in the county for commercial that you have to do something with your stormwater, you have to do something with your parking, but if it's residential, you have to do neither. So it might be something we might need to look at as part of that process. If your house is gonna accommodate 20 people, well, there might need to be some parking in place, or there might need to be some other plan attached to it, because the houses just seem to be getting larger and larger. So again, I'll get some documentation and have Mr. Rowan send around to everybody so we can discuss it properly. That's it for me. Anything else, commissioners? We about talked it to death today, haven't we? That's okay. We've had a lot of good discussion today.
Chairman, one thing I'd like to let you guys know, because we didn't state it earlier, just Commissioner Lockley did not attend because he's under the weather today, so he just wasn't feeling well this morning.
Thank you.
I got one question, and I'm gonna ask it now, because y'all might be able to help me out. This is the only time I can talk to y'all about it, but, I've got a Brownsville Road where it starts, Prado, where your dad in that, just where your dad and all them grew up, lived, whatnot. That's a racetrack. I mean, it's a 35-mile-an-hour. I drove it here this morning. It's gotten congested in there. How do I go about, huh?
It's a narrow road.
Very, that's what I'm getting at. I mean, I've got folks that are handicapped that access that road, and I don't know how to go about changing. I mean, obviously I can't put speed bumps in there. That's a liability to the county. But can we reduce that? It's a county road. We can reduce that down, can't we? And that's why I aggravated your husband when he's on night shift. I didn't know it, but I'm trying to get that beefed up in there before somebody gets hurt.
I vote that too, because I'm.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, you live right there in the middle of where I'm talking about, and you know what I'm,
Fly past us.
yeah. I mean, you know, you could run it out and pick up 35, say, from the back end back to that circle drive, but where you live, all the way, where my parents, all the way back to that four-way, and it's not so much on our end of it down there, it's right there where you're at. I mean, you got a church there, you got kids, and it's very active.
They just about run us over when we were trying to walk with the baby.
Yeah.
But what, some of y'all may have experience with this, that's why I'm asking.
Well, I do know, because I travel that road to go visit to see my father and stepmom. I actually go below the speed limit, because I know there's a lot of, like you said, a lot of people on golf carts, a lot of people on little power chairs, I guess you want to call it, and kids, like she said. The problem is, you know, again, it's all about enforcement. You can lower the speed limit. It's 35.
It's 35.
So if you look at 25, you know, people are still gonna go 35. But again, it's the enforcement thing too.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, when that fine increases.
Oh, yeah.
Whenever they go in 40 and it's a 25.
Oh, yeah. It's a pretty expensive ticket. And the more miles you go over, it's could be arrestable offense.
Yes.
So I think what we need to do is, you know, motion by, well, we can't do it right. Can we do it now, or? Because we're in commissioner comments, right?
Yeah, we're in commissioner comments, but since I'm coming back to the May 16th meeting with the reduction of speed at Alligator Point, I can easily take that same information and bring it back to the board to consider at the May 16th meeting.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Reduce the speed.
Yeah.
I will say, Commissioner, it's not perfect, not at all. Nothing's better than enforcement. I'll say that.
Correct.
But let me tell you what has actually helped some of the trouble spots in my district. Now, again, it's not perfect, and it costs a little bit of money, is getting some of those radar signs that are flashing people saying, hey, slow down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I know it's kind of aggravating, but it's not completely done away with speeders, but it's brought the overall speed down, and there's traffic reports I've got from Officer Ward to prove that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when people are like, oh, they're still, well, according to what they're doing when they run this random report for 2 or 3 days, it's bringing the speed limit, the speed down, you know what I mean?
And
So
Chief,
that's another option.
just to give, like, Commissioner Sanders a little, with that area, it's very congested, and like, if you come down where the IGA used to be, and you're gonna access that road, 35 mile an hour, and there's, I mean, you can't even see oncoming traffic, so you gotta kinda stick it out there. And, it's just an accident waiting to happen, is what it is, so, just to.
Well, but my suggestion was, and I'm glad you brought up the point about that turn right there at 26 to go to the IGA from Brownsville. Part of that's city jurisdiction on Brownsville and part of that's county jurisdiction on Brownsville. So you may want to consider maybe, you know, depending on what action the board takes on the 16th, asking the city to consider, you know, their part of Brownsville Road as well for a speed reduction.
If you don't get down all the way on it.
Yeah, Not just half of it, but all of it.
You're gonna have a problem there.
Prado City and then Brownsville.
But you got, that imaginary line
Yeah.
that goes behind Mr. James Hicks's house.
Yep.
That's right.
And that, you
Exactly
know,
right.
we're county on that side, and then there you got the city, but
it's
you're
at
only talking
25th.
about a block and a half right there.
I don't, it's a few blocks. I don't know
Yeah.
what the distance is. I mean, having lived here, I don't even, I just know when to turn. I mean, I
I'll
don't
reach
say
out
it
to
other
the
than
county,
that.
or to the city, I'm sorry.
I think it's 25th Avenue. It kind of cuts back through
Yes.
25th and comes, and like, I think you
Right
just said,
close
it's
to where the
not,
church
it's not
is at.
much, yeah, it's not much
It's right there
city.
on the IGA road. That's, I think that's 26, but I don't have it
It cuts
memorized.
behind the property that the Assembly of God has.
Okay.
Right by Mr. Hicks's, behind, the Assembly of God's in the county, and the road that goes back to the house behind them is actually city, I think. It's right through that area anyway.
It's a thin line,
Yeah, it's not much.
thin line.
Like, at least you didn't say between love and hate, but we
There
let
you
it
go.
go.
Any other commissioner comments today?
I was just thinking while y'all were talking about the speeding and all, and that's one of the things that comes up, especially for the Lanark area, is because they got people speeding in there, even though it's a 20-mile-an-hour speed zone, they still got people speeding in there, so it's kinda hard to enforce something like that.
It is.
So the sheriff will be coming back with an increased budget on hiring more speed officers, I guess.
Okay.
Pay for it with the fines.
It's an enforcement thing. It's, because that's a lot of calls I get too is, well, what about, hey, we have county ordinances, we set the policy, it's all about enforcing it, that's the thing. And nothing against the sheriff's office, they, believe me, they've got their work cut out for them. It's just, nobody can be everywhere at one time, you know, to catch that speeder or whatever.
Notice how somebody's backing up now, that she's gotta go home.
There you go. Well,
No,
another.
that wasn't meant as derogatory. I'm just saying, it's, you can't be everywhere at one place at one time. That's what I'm trying to say.
They
You
do
could
it, they stretched out. They are.
It's a wide county.
Yeah, 70 miles.
Any other commissioner comments today? Meeting adjourned.